Oh no, the audio just only works in this one scene.
Wonderful. So it's still not working.
I mean, it could be working.
Okay.
I just have to like... I just have to drop... I just have to add this group to all of my scenes. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. We have stuff and things. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, users will experience buff... Okay. Apparently we have poor internet connection. I could have told you that. Oh, pop out chat. Can I... It doesn't give me a link when I start YouTube, which is kind of weird. Or like when I start a stream. Ah, I forgot to put in all the title information. Hello, chatter. Say hi to chat, guys.
Hello, chat. Hello.
Discord, Kofi, category gaming, thumbnail. I have a thumbnail. Baka 2.
I have a thumb.
It's not OBS. I want Blender. Blender. Devlogs. Live thumbnail 2. I just made the title of the stream "Making Jack Noir in Real Life" in all caps. I hope it's you know, good. Like a good title. Yeah, I have to open the YouTube channel in a second tab in order to actually fetch the link. Actually, here, we'll go back to this one because we're not technically there yet. And then we go to streaming ping. Stream ping. YouTube video. The nail is so goofy. Okay. We're here. We're queer.
Woohoo!
Yippee. Awesome. Now what? Alright, here we go.
Are we good to go?
Yeah, we're good-ish.
Oh,
I can't look at Discord and OBS and YouTube at the same time.
what a shame.
Right? It's so sad.
Just burn it all.
I don't need to be watching my own stream back. Okay.
I don't know why I'm getting posher. I'm going to drop that.
Oh yeah, I was gonna do voice stuff. Ah, whatever. My normal voice is fine. Okay, so chat. Today we were gonna go to. We were gonna plan out all of our. What's it called?
Behavioral systems?
Yeah, we're gonna do AI. The goal for this stream,
So
which we wanted to start 5 hours ago, is to have. We need to look up Jack Noir, figure out why Jack Noir does everything that he does, and then figure out how to stuff that in a computer program. So we're going to be making AI.
Yeah, is there a quick way for us to look at all of the pages of Homestuck that just talks about or has Jack Noir in it?
Yep,
I say
there
talks
sure
about
is.
as well, because that isn't.
Oh, hey, there's a new update for the thing. It's a
wonderful.
Homestuck POV
Could you-
cam
could you-
port mod.
Oh, wow, how useful. And where can people at home get this? I say as if I'm advertising it, but I'm actually just wondering for myself.
This is the unofficial Homestuck collection. You can find it online. There's a fun mod that you can also
Wonderful.
find online on the internet by Googling for it. This one just lets you go to the homepage and be like, man, I want to view Homestuck from the point of view of... And it's broken. Incredible. I'll blame Linux. This is probably a Linux issue.
Wonderful. Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Jack Noir. Wait. Spade Slick. Oh, that's a Trolls one. Jack Noir is the kids one. Jack English is the other kids one. And then there's also like the Trolls one, but no one cares about the... Or not the Trolls one. The Cherubs one, but no one cares about the Cherubs one.
Mm-hmm. I think that one is also just straight up dead, right?
Yeah. I think Caliborn talks to him for like 2 sentences.
Okay, so immediately I see something interesting here, right? We spoke a lot before about the knowledge systems and how mail is really important for the knowledge systems in the game. And I think what we're seeing here is it's not just mail, it's screens, TVs, fourth walls. These all are ways of players viewing events effectively and learning about what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So this just tells me that we need screens to be important for the AI, and for AI to purposely put them around and purposely seek them out to learn events.
You're so right. Let me actually pull up Obsidian because I forgot to open Obsidian. AI. We're just going to have a new note, call it Jack Noir Notes. Awesome. So our first note is that... Go away.
Knowledge-seeking behavior.
Okay. Knowledge.
AI will try to seek out information about the world they're in order to affect their own behaviors. When they do not have knowledge, they will turn to a source of knowledge, be it post, be it TV, be it fourth wall, or be it an outside advisor. E.g., Skya or the Horror Terrors.
Is that how you spell fenestrated? That is how you spell fenestrated, it just doesn't like me. Awesome. Now this is already... I'm a problem solver, right? Already in my head, I'm like, cool! How on earth do we make it so that NPCs can see through cameras? Obvious solution. Make the camera an AI.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't think they need to actually see what's on the screen. Have the AI be the thing that's seeing things. Like,
just, like,
have the
feeds
camera
that
be an AI. And have it communicate with the television.
Yeah.
And then have the AI communicate with the television.
Graveyard stuffers. Who is this guy? Thanks, Sassy. This is going to be a lot of flipping through pages until we come across something relevant. How much time do you want to spend on every page?
When we see something new, we'll stop and pause. I would give the text a skim, because I literally can't read it over your screen.
Oh, you can't? Oh yeah, I'm only streaming at 720p, aren't I?
No, it's very... Yeah, it's very crunchy.
Unfortunate. The camera shouldn't be an AI. Haven't you seen any sci-fi horror movies? I mean... Listen, the camera is going to be a camera. It's going to be alive. It's just not going to have any feelings. So that's fine. It doesn't want to take over anything.
It's alive like bacteria, not alive like it's thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
It is thinking, but it's thinking like bacteria, not like a person. This is interesting though, because do you know what this tells me? AI have taste. They
They
dislike
do.
and like certain tags. Is the stream a little bit better over YouTube, actually? Because if so, I'm going to stop looking at it over Discord.
You will get horrible, horrible latency.
Let me have it. I don't care. I need to read the text. That's more important.
Awesome.
Okay, yeah.
Or I could just zoom it in. I forgot I have a zoom in
No,
function.
I can read it better over YouTube.
Okay.
It's not like I need to see it at the exact moment you do.
Nope. Stop that. Let's go away. How... I don't remember what was 100%. I broke it.
Oh no.
Is there a zoom setting?
Leave it there. That's fine.
Ah, whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, we can also examine the other, characters as well.
Mm-hmm. I feel like Jack is a great example, though, because it goes through a lot in a short amount of time. We'll go through other characters afterwards, but Jack is our starting ground.
Yeah, he's the most important character.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's interesting. Do you know what this makes me realize? You know how we were talking about postmen being an important means of, like, giving messages? A TV screen is just a postman. Because
yeah,
it
you're
just
so right.
gave a message from the Queen to Jack.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This also shows that, like, this should be an obvious one, but leadership in some form of way, regality.
See, that was one that I had started covering when I was talking about the different roles in the combat AI discussion. I'll go over it a little bit later once it becomes a bit more apparent. But yeah, there's the idea of basically a pecking order of the commanders in a structure. So you've got the head of them, you've got the right-hand man, and you've got the people under it. So that can be regality. We can say that's a type of leader, because I think the boss of a group of commanders will have their own, like, type of leadership. So I think regality is just one type of leadership that ties to certain behavior.
You're right. Yes. Uh-huh. Sorry. Distracted. Why... Okay. Why does the Queen insist that Jack wear the hat?
Because the Queen has a relationship type with Jack that is about an unhealthy situation of power in a romantic relationship. I think that insistence is an event that is a power move, effectively.
Yeah.
So that's an event unique to their relationship type that happens as a story loop.
Okay, so I'm just tagging relationships here.
So that's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it, though, is to say that overall faction, which is, you know, Durst, has a value that the Queen has because she's holding the ring. And her value is to follow whatever is in the ring as, you know, the aesthetic of her culture. So by seeing Jack go against this value, she imposes control to force him to do that. In doing so, because he does not value that, it lowers their relationship value, and it creates this scene that unfolds. Effectively, there's two routes that you could go for it.
Okay, culture is another thing. Because you have the culture being dictated by the Colonel's rights.
I would say faction values rather than culture, because culture is more land generation and aesthetic, but when we're talking about behavior, a culture is flexible.
What do you mean?
Major changes in leadership can happen. Buildings might not change, but the people in control will. So, for example, the aesthetics that Lord English enjoys is the felt manor, and anything like gaudy, like Englishman who has claimed the world kind of deal. But then you've got Durst being this very like purple regality, dark sort of Gothic architecture, and if Lord English was to say take over Durst, Durst would still look like Durst, but the faction leader would have a different set of values. So you might see it slowly changing rather than the entire culture changing at once. I think culture and faction values are explicitly different because the culture talks about the swarmers rather than the leadership.
Okay, so then what do faction values talk about?
Faction values talk about leadership values. So the leaders versus the swarmers. Culture is more the Carapacians rather than the Queen of Durst. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
The important thing is these can, clash. And faction values don't even necessarily line up to their leaders' values. So for example, let's say the Queen has a faction value that says, I must impose the aesthetics of the ring. Her personal value, though, says she hates Biliasylic, and she hates frogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those two interacting causes her to have to constantly struggle between them, which is why she takes off the ring. Whereas in her culture, the way that people treat Biliasylic is based on something she imposed, but that remains even when she's not there. Frogs are still illegal, and when you see the exiles on the Broken Earth, they still push it.
Wait, so what like category would Dursites hating the frog be?
I would say that's cultural, because Dursites have a reason to hate the frog, especially in the world building that we've created. We're saying their hatred of Biliasylic is one that is kind of political in nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
It stems from their war with Prospect. But we're saying that that would remain even if the leader, who has the same faction value, was replaced, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say a player, for whatever reason, takes over Durst, right?
Yeah.
They now have their faction values at the top controlling this culture. But the reason that we say culture difference is a thing, cultures are able to have something else, is so we can have revolution systems. When a culture strays too far from their faction leaders and their faction values, it creates a strain between the culture and the faction. And that's when you start seeing revolutionary groups popping.
What's the word for people from Carapacians from Prospect?
Prospitians. Prospetarians. That sounds like a political role in Prospect.
Yes,
I'm a Prospetarian. Right. I'm part of the upper echelons of government.
All right. Next pages. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna pop out chat.
Mm-hmm.
Because you should also see
we do
chat
have some
chat
questions.
is awesome.
We do have some interesting questions in chat as well, and some interesting statements.
Also, since Ring has been prototyped to argue with the Queen, always develops an affinity for whatever she's prototyped with. Not just because she hates him, but because she sincerely wishes to enforce the dress code. Because
yes,
of like
exactly. That's what I'm getting at with the difference between her personal and her faction values.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own personal values, but they have certain leadership values as well. So they will overcome their own personal values when leadership overrides it. It depends on what they see as more important in the moment. We effectively need a system where the AI can weigh up whether they choose a personal thing or a faction thing.
exactly. How do you be able to have these AI characters move around the world? They need to go to an area that can be gone to by jumping or using an object. Pathfinding. Pathfinding is like this whole custom thing that I'm working on that's not relevant to this right now.
Mm-hmm.
I have systems.
Pathfinding is a long one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pathfinding is a long one, but we're more talking about behavioral AI at this point. How to make civilization feel like a civilization, and individual characters feel alive.
Okay, here's another bit that I have. There's obviously they obviously have cause and effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
For example, here Jack sees his minions being mistreated, and he gets frustrated, right? Stuff like that is important to note down, despite it being like obvious. They're aware of like no, okay, it's just called causality, right?
Or situational awareness.
True. By the way, if any of you would like to read this, read our documentation later, it's available on GitHub. I'd have to find the link, but you can read it. Hold on. That feels like a fun plug right now. GitHub.io.
We're gonna have some big updates to documentation as well over time. Documentation needs to happen before we can start taking more folks on, so we're going to be working hard on that. SBEPIS box. While JD handles that, 4-pointed star. The way that we're handling god tiers is a little bit different to other Homestuck projects, because we effectively have recognized that a lot of the discussions around class spec theory have been based on basically subjective matters. It's how you read certain things. So powers are something that we can't actually determine what would be ruled out. We thought it was more important to make sure players have the ability to create powers they think are suitable for themselves. So effectively, what changes classes is not what powers are available, but what order powers become available. And that changes the sort of build you create as you go through the game. That naturally leads to players effectively building certain powers when others are not available. We're calling this system class spec powers, and it will effectively be a sandbox power creation system. So, in terms of stuff like who would be able to scratch a session, that would be something that is more up to players to decide. So in the case of Homestuck, we're saying that a lot of the stuff that we see and that is said in Homestuck is through the bias of the players. Even the most knowledgeable information givers in Homestuck all have a ball in the game, effectively. They're all people that are biased. So we're effectively saying a lot of the information we get about class specs are through the lens of the situation of Homestuck. Time players were locked into the role of being the one who commits the scratch purely because Lord English existed, and Lord English made sure that could happen. Time players were locked to time, no one else could touch it. But we saw that players started breaking this, such as Breath players with John. John started being able to time travel using the home idol artifactly, making his role in the game far larger than it was.
You cut out since you started talking about John.
So, John managed to gain time travel powers due to having the home artifact. So, you know, that basically allowed him to travel through time and space as if he were a time or space player. We hope so, random folk. But one thing to keep in mind is that there are effectively a couple of different layers of AI agents. So you have commanders and swarmers. A commander is a complex AI with a lot of detail to them, but swarmers are there to make up the masses. They have the potential to be upgraded into commanders if players interact with them or if they do important things, but they have a much lower chance of doing those. These would be your consorts, your Presbytians, your Dursites. These are the people that make up the masses, and they swarm around. They make up large battles. But ultimately, yes, they would be able to make friends. That is the goal here.
Neat. Yeah. Okay. For the record, I'm titling this entire section here values. Because each of these is a specific value type.
I agree with that. That works.
And then I threw in emotion. Emotion is a value that's like very chaotic and depends heavily on the situational awareness.
One thing that I would specify in pecking order is also the why they follow that person, and if the why has a reason that they would break it.
True.
So it's pecking order, and loyalty as separate things.
Okay. Yeah.
So pecking order is why they're currently following. Loyalty is how willing they are to follow. Marin, not quite. We're taking a lot more inspiration from games. Shockingly, one of the games that we're taking some inspiration from is what's it called? Watchdog Legions, their Play as Anyone system. It was such an unfortunate thing that they made this amazing system that the game did nothing with. In Watchdog Legion, you have this situation where that's another thing for Pointed Star. That's why we looked at Watchdog Legion as an example of this. Typically, creating so many AI would be incredibly complex to the point where, yeah, it would take up too much RAM. You literally wouldn't be able to run it. However, what Watchdog Legions does is it effectively creates a system of promoting certain characters to becoming more important. We treat groups as commanders or swarmers because the complex AI are just commanders. The swarmers have a simplified AI. They're effectively randomly generated, pulled in when needed. They are remembered as a cloud of people that move through a space in a general pattern, rather than here's a specific person that gets from point A to point B and does these events. So that's another value, maybe?
What's another value?
Importance.
Importance to what? Like like relevance
to the players? Yeah. If a commander has low relevance to the players, they should be less likely to do large game-changing actions.
Oh, you're so right.
Yeah, but we've added a lot more to it than that, random folk, because unfortunately, the Shadow of Mordor games have got a patent on that system, so we literally can't take too much inspiration from it.
Despite the fact that
we've had to effectively
always create using their vocabulary.
Huh?
Despite the fact that you always use their specific vocabulary all the time.
Yeah, I have to be very specific around this system because we have to be very clear we're not using that system.
Alright, next page.
I believe so. Are there any other values? Oh, survival values. What does a person need to survive? Are they, like, you know, are they hungry?
Do I have to specify potential epilepsy warning for Homestuck? Do I have to specify a lot of warnings for Homestuck?
Yes. Warning for epilepsy and triggering material. Please use your own, judgment as to whether or not you are able to engage with this work, as it covers a lot of triggering material, etc., etc.
I want to find the... There is a page on here for, like, all of the disclaimer.
Is it in help?
Help. It does not appear to be here.
I don't know where it is.
Oh well. Usually it's on its homepage, but it's not here, so... Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, you know how I can access it? Pop up in a new private window and then go to the Homestuck, the online version of it, because it will have the disclaimer. If it'll load. My internet's very bad. And I'm streaming. Twice. Actually, if you're just watching the YouTube stream, can I stop streaming to Discord?
Yeah, do that.
Awesome.
As long as you're still on Discord so I can hear you,
Yeah, I'm still on Discord. Content warnings, here we go. A whole bunch of content warnings. If you don't like these things, probably don't read Homestuck. I can't tell you to read Homestuck. But, like, I don't know. I like Homestuck. Okay, there you go. Those are all of the content warnings. Got it? Cool.
I love this page. Because it's like death, child death, incest, and male pregnancy.
I'm having a baby.
And it's like, I'm so sorry that trans men exist, I guess.
What do we call Jack's tendency to stab people?
I would call that personal values. And personal values could include, like, when I say personal values, I mean specifically their character traits. Because their character traits determine how likely they are to react to certain situations in the storyteller system. The tendency to fight people is effectively, I would say, a character trait that says violent or stab happy.
One could call that a taste.
Marin, the way that we're implementing Exiles is quite funny. They are the lobby. When you join the lobby of a... Huh?
I wouldn't reveal too much, especially for stuff that we don't have worked out.
True. I'll keep quiet then.
Alright. So here we...
keep in mind as well... Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, keep in mind as well, anything that we say currently is susceptible to change in the long term. Nothing said is permanent.
Here we can rationalize this behavior that we've just had as Jack's threshold for stabbing people very high, plus his emotion of because he's angry because Dadbert has been beating up his minions, right? And then here...
Plus he has a lower relationship with said dad because he's seen that happen.
Exactly. But then you have this conflicting with the emotional values caused by Dadbert beating up the hat, which fulfills stuff about his relationships with the queen positively, as well as his relationships with taste. So much so that it exceeds how much he wants to, off Dadbert.
Mm-hmm. Players intentionally making people wear ugly outfits just so they can game the system by destroying said ugly outfits.
I mean, as long as the agents don't know that the outfits are ugly, or the outfits were purposely made ugly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's also this whole hit list bit.
I would call that long-term goals in the political system. So
Ooh.
faction goals, which is different to faction values.
Interesting.
Especially considering his hit list is part of a attempt to overthrow the queen. So he has a hit list because in the political system, he's vying to become a boss rather than a follower. Random folk, it depends on how we implement the system. If our system contains their system at all, kind of, we wouldn't be allowed to do it. Watch Dogs Legion didn't do it though. They contained a different system that looked similar, but the way it worked was different. Hence why we're being very specific in why we're talking about our system.
I wrote political twice. Just say personal.
Exactly, that's a great example, Dawn. Yeah, we actually looked at Shadows of Doubt. I remember showing JD that game earlier. Do you remember that, JD? The detective game?
Is that the one with the voxel based one?
Yeah, the one with like the complex systems of like generating cases for you to solve.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take a lot of inspiration from that.
Yes, it's the structure of the idea, Random Folk. It's not even the coding, it's the coding structure. How it goes from point A to point B.
Who's ready to watch a flash?
Oh, hell yeah.
It's Jack Ascend, so. How loud is this going to be? Okay, that's fine.
Ooh, before you start the flash, sorry.
I literally
what happened
can't
in
pause the flash.
Oh,
yes,
shit.
I can. I could.
Okay, so what happened in that last panel was he reacted to an artifact. He saw something and he recognized it because it had a reputation. So in the value system, I would also say that the artifact system can influence people.
What artifact is in here?
The ring.
Really?
I think so.
I need to double check that. I thought it was the bunny. I'm pretty sure all of John's gifts are the bunny. In various points
No,
of
but this
time.
wasn't John's gift. This was the thing that was posted to him. Ah, it's the bunny. No, ignore me.
It's the robot one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's
Either way, that's an artifact.
It's
the
an
robot
artifact,
bunny.
like,
it's cool.
But Jack's like, why is this a robot plush bunny that has 4 late game weapons on it?
He probably reacts that way because of said weapons as well. They would be the thing that carries a reputation.
Okay, so how do we label this? Something to do with reputation.
I know. It's one of the values is the knowledge system, and players can have knowledge on artifacts.
What is the knowledge system and how it relates here?
The knowledge system is just how aware someone is of the events in the world. So when you're saying the artifact system is effectively the reputation of objects. It's looking at an object and knowing what it can be used for. And if that has just shown up in front of the character, they should react to it according to its reputation. I don't know what that means here, though. I'm trying to... random folk, yes.
I could see how this could totally be used as, like, something to factor into...
This is big in the political system, right? Because it's like, that's a powerful weapon. Let me steal it so I can use it in war.
Yeah, something that just, like, enables your other plans. You know, it changes...
But it's also about, like, enacting an emotional response in the character. If they see something that they know is made to kill them, they should have an emotional response for it.
Alright. Flash page! Make her a member of the Midnight Crew.
I think we should specify what we mean by tedium here, because otherwise we'll forget what that means. I would just say completing jobs for the political system. AKA building objects or doing paperwork.
How's that a value, though?
It's something that is imposed on you by the political system. It's a job you have to do.
It's like a combination of responsibilities, but also emotions. I don't know, I would say the boredom is an emotion.
That's a good way to put it. I would put it as responsibilities. Because we have the pecking order, which is effectively how high in the pecking order you are, promotions and such.
One of his values is that he has tedium. Yeah, pretty much.
And in this case, he has a responsibility that he has to fulfill doing paperwork, but one of his personal values is that he hates paperwork.
Hold on, put this back over.
Yeah, random folk, that's kind of the goal for this system.
I would say
it's how we set up betrayal and stuff. Yeah.
I'm thinking. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I retract that statement. I was going to say something about like, yeah,
You
tedium.
statement that you were thinking. Hang on.
Yeah.
JD, you said I was thinking, and then you said I retract that statement. Do you? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm no longer thinking.
Good.
I was going to say something about how like tedium drills in further. So he hates paperwork because he likes stabbing people, for instance, and paperwork is keeping him from doing that. And then the repetition and the tedium drives that further towards the negative because he keeps doing it.
I would say it's more specifically, he has the personal value in his like actual character traits. He has the character trait, free spirited. He doesn't want to be held down. He's not told anything by anyone, and he will like not look up to leadership, right? He wants to be the leader, not the one doing the tedium. But when he in the political system is given the responsibility of doing paperwork, it builds up his disloyalty value.
Interesting.
Make sense?
Yeah. Decreasing. His loyalty. Neat. Hey, look, another S page. I love this page. Just the.
I would also say another value is contentness. Like how content is a character in their situation.
Ooh, I would put that on the opposite of like tedium. I still really like tedium. I want to put that there for later.
I like tedium too, but I think that's an emotional state. I think you can find things tedious because you're bored. And when how you become bored is based on your character traits. But contented is how willing you are to sit in the systems you have. It's how comfortable you are. Illustrious Fly. To answer that, not quite. Reputation is something you have with factions. So a commander would have a different relationship with each faction, and one of these, relations can be unknown. There's also the difference between factions and sub-factions. So you can have a different relationship with a sub-faction to the faction leader overall. So, for example, liked in the Midnight Crew, hated on Durst.
So there was a lot to unpack there. Why does Jack kill the Black King?
Because he has an artifact that threatens him in the political system. And leave no witnesses.
I like leave no witnesses as a personal value.
I also think he has, a particularly disdain for the royalty overall, right? As a sub-faction that was owned by the Durst faction, the Midnight Crew, owned by Durst, he has great reason to overthrow both the king and the queen. By overthrowing just the queen, he leaves the king in control. He has no chance of overtaking Durst. But he kills both of them. What he ends up doing, though, is making the Durstites fear him, putting him in a position where he could never lead them, which frustrates him, leading to him wanting to take out the entire faction instead. It's a turn to me or die situation.
Gotcha. What's Jack's long-term goals? What's his main driving force?
I think he has different personal goals to his own faction goals, right? His faction goals are to make the Midnight Crew rich and famous. And that's a pretty simple one because he wants to just do crime with them. But his personal goals are to be free and to find a hot dame.
Okay, we have to write those down.
Mm-hmm.
Where would any of those go?
So, to be free and to find a hot dame would be character traits. They would be stuff that would be determined in the character's core build. Like, value. One of his character traits would be romantically driven, and another one would be freedom. Like, he wants freedom. And these would have other effects. Being romantically driven would make him quite charming, giving a bonus in certain social interactions. But and social checks would be given with advantage to him. But then you have the freedom thing. This would purely be behavioral, and I think we've got a difference between stuff that you pick in your character build and stuff that you pick based on what choices you made over your playtime. So players would have to get these over time, but something like Jack Noir would have these seeded from the beginning.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
But in terms of being rich and making his faction rich and powerful, that's just stuff that's already baked into the political system.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so currently how I'm picturing all of these is I was like, yeah, if I ever make an AI for a video game, it's not gonna be like a neural network or anything at all, because those are wishy-washy and dumb. So I'm gonna scribble in Pinta now because I can. Because like in a neural network, you have a bunch of weird random numbers that, like, I guess they could mean things, sure, I guess, and then they combine into like other weird wishy-washy nodes, and these don't mean anything, and they're kind of garbage. And then eventually they come to outputs, and then it's all just magic, right? It's all just magic. But no, here I'm like, okay, instead we have a value that means something, like emotion, right? We have how emo they are. We have, I don't know, goals. We have all these values. Each of these represents a value, and then we can like combine some of these values together and maybe subtract some in order to get how willing they are to do something, right? And then you can combine this willingness together, and then eventually you could like come together to get a bunch of different outputs. I'm like, oh, that's just a neural net.
Oh, it's a neural network.
It's just a perfectly hand-tuned neural network.
Yeah.
Which I don't mind having. Like, I would love to go through and hand-tune a neural network like this.
It's also not just about hand tuning, because a certain amount of randomness is important. Where we're effectively making, a roguelike, having a certain element of randomness is important, especially when you're talking about jumping over timelines. If you jump a timeline, you should see some amount of change to a character's behavior, to their demeanor.
Well, yeah, because their value states would be different.
Mm-hmm.
You could easily add a variation to a character just by influencing whatever the current values are, and then the hope is that those will influence their willingness to do things and eventually result in them doing different actions.
Mm-hmm. And it means that if we do have we basically create timelines for one of two ways. We can either do it forwards, where we say, okay, change the character values, make what happens different based on those, or we can do it backwards, say people stop in a timeline where this thing happens, then you have to go backwards and find out what characters changed to allow that to happen.
Say that again? I'm so sorry.
We can either do it forwards, where we say, when you jump a timeline, we look at the character's values, we change those, and we say the events that transpired up to a certain point have changed. Or we do it backwards and say, the event is what changed, what character values changed to allow that to happen.
Weird. Yeah, because all of these values are also going to have to be data points in the quantum wave function event system. Horrible. That's a lot of data. Good thing we're utilizing engines that are very, very, fast and are good with data. Data driven, even.
Yes.
Neat.
Should we have a little look at chat and answer questions?
Yes, we should.
Okay.
Maybe pop out chat.
So, a little bit ago, random folks started giving some examples of a character memory system. And I just want to answer, yes, we have intended to create a character memory system. First and foremost, this is a major thing that changes how characters interact. Hence why at the beginning we mentioned them viewing certain events happening, as well as what their opinion of them are. What if reputation is the default way the character reacts to something until or unless they have an opinion on it? I'll give an example in a second, I just need to type it out. Agent 1 talks to Agent 2. 2 has no reputation, so default feeling is neutral. And 2 becomes friends. Agent 1, 2 equals friends. Suddenly, Agent 2's reputation is set to evil or criminal, but Agent 1 doesn't change. Agent 1 still sees them as a friend, so when they interact again, Agent 1 will not go against them, or it might even try to clear their name. Effectively, yeah. I think that's a bit of a complicated way of saying it, but it is a complicated system. So, yeah, I would say that's roughly what we're looking to do, but we're going with a couple of other things on top of it. Obviously, it's not just whether or not someone's your friend that determines how willing you are to turn them in. Let's say, for example, you're in a dictatorship and you're afraid of the leader. You might choose to turn them in anyway. And that's why we're talking about these other values.
There has to be some way to reframe things. Because that's how you combat duplicity, is by reframing all the knowledge you have under a different context. So, like, what if Agent 2 was actually trying to subvert Agent 1 the entire time? What happens when Agent 1 realizes that? And also, how do we make Agent 1 realize that and set goals appropriately?
I think we need events to happen, right? So certain things can happen to a character. We say these things are events. And we can say suspiciousness can be something, a value that an event has, right?
Okay. I'm just going to make a...
I don't know how we do that, though. Oh god, I've just realized it means that we need events to have their own values.
Aware.
Oh. Because we could say that the event values influence how willing someone is to act on it. You know, if something seems suspicious, it's because questions have been left unanswered, right? If you get attacked but you don't know why, or you haven't been told, then you're going to try and find out why someone attacked you. You're going to start looking into it. But if someone tells you who attacked you, you're going to start looking at those people. You're going to believe it, unless there's a reason not to believe it. For example, if the wrong faction is saying that another faction is attacking you, and they're not wearing a disguise, for example.
Yes. If I ever just say, like, yeah, that's because I agree, but also my mouth part of my brain isn't working.
No, yeah, I'm thinking as well. Don't worry, I know that's how you work.
Okay. I'm not sure how events would have to be stored.
Mm-hmm. I don't know either, because events are complicated. They're effectively a point on a grid, so we're effectively saying in this point on a grid, these things happen, but also these things have this information attached to it.
Let's look at the comment section. One of my favorite things to explain, or one of my things to explain a character memory system is to imagine a billboard. On the billboard are pictures of individual people, then you tie colored strings between characters. This is just like that one game, Shadows of whatever it's called.
Shadows of Doubt, yeah.
Yeah, that one. You can technically keep a social network. Graphic character. True.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh no, it's just more neural networks. It's like, oh yeah, we have like, oh yeah, here's this event. It relates to like a character, and then this also relates to this, but then also this character also relates to this like feeling, and then but like this event relates to this other feeling, and then all of them are also.
So what we're saying is we have a 6-dimensional neural network.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another thing, because I was talking about this before, and someone said, yeah, with the time travel systems that we mentioned, having so many things along timelines seems like it would bog down performance, and they're right, but this is why I wanted to bring it up now, because effectively what we'd be doing is basically saying that, yeah, we're not running all of them at once, it's instancing. So effectively, in order to instance timelines and RNG and make it so that moving across RNG or moving across timelines moves you into another instance, means we need to know how to move that, like those values forward or backwards from any point.
I mean, time is just a place.
Yeah, we've established that. But I mean, the values in the neural network, we need to know now how they get changed forwards and backwards.
Forwards and backwards relative to, like, what?
So let's say, for example, let's use just Jack Noir as an example. I jump over a timeline, and for whatever reason, this Jack Noir is really friendly, likes baking, and wears an apron, and he's become a trad wife. There's two ways this could have happened, forward or backwards. We either say, yeah, when the player jumped timelines, that was determined from the beginning. We generated a new timeline with new values right from the beginning, and it led to this point. Here's a line that gets to here. But that sounds like a lot of stuff getting generated, which means we effectively have to go backwards. We have to go, here's a random Jack Noir. Here's the beginning Jack Noir. How did they reach that point? What's the in-betweens? And we've already determined some of that is allowed to be broken because, you know, fixing timelines is part of the job of players, right? Players are expected to fill in the gaps using timeline powers, not timeline powers, using time travel powers. They're effectively meant to take stuff that can't be possible to happen and use time travel to make sure it can. So, for example, let's say the game makes the beginning Jack and the end Jack try and meet each other in the middle, but for whatever reason that can't quite happen. Players effectively need to take one of those Jacks to a different point in time so they can meet in the middle.
Yeah. You're right. Okay, so going back to this part in particular comes back around to the quantum wave function bit. Okay, so when I'm talking about the time system is essentially we have something that we know right here, and we know this much that could cause it, or like this much that like could either cause it if it's in the past, or is an effect of it if it's in the future, or maybe it wraps around because it's Homestuck, you know. Essentially, if you have over here Jack trad wife Jack you're like, whoa,
use my example
because it's a good example. You're like, whoa, how did we get here? And then over here we have a normal, quote unquote, like, let's just do base game Jack.
Yeah, that's something I did also want to say. Game entry, I think, is a really important point because players can't get before it. So effectively, no matter what timeline you're in, that is always the same for the game. I think players can change across timelines, and that's important because we see that, right? In the dream bubbles, we see all of these AUs of the trolls. So we can say the value that changes might not even be the characters like Jack at the beginning. It might be the players in said timeline.
Yeah.
Just something to mention. Continue.
I was just gonna say that, like, these two things, if they're far enough apart, their influence, just call this influence. Their influence is completely separate. So you don't know what.
People in chat are very fixated on Tradwife Jack. Marin says, I feel like you're a bit too fixated on this Tradwife Jack Noir hypothetical. And then Ali Nort says, just checking in, does that say Tradwife Jack? And then Bob says, I'm not fixated enough on Tradwife Jack. Continue.
Okay, so...
We're not talking about Tradwife Jack, guys. This was just an example.
I mean, we could if you wanted to. So we have base game. Their influence. There's no linking influence because there's just so much space between them, right? There needs to be more information to get from here to there. So say you're time traveling, right? And you are somewhere in the middle. You would, and then you see Jack doing something. That event has its own influence because that's now, like, that's a canon event. If its influence gets too big, it suddenly is able to link together these bubbles of influence. Because it's a whole quantum field thing. And so then you know, yeah, sure, this is the route that, I mean, it could also be swibbly wobbly, but like, yeah, this is the route that Jack takes to become a Tradwife. But then also, you could be doing off something all the way over here, and you're like, wait, I see Jack. That's kind of weird. And then you have your influence bubble, and it reaches over here. And you're like, but wait, there's no way that Jack could ever become a Tradwife now. But then actually realize there's an additional Jack. This is emo Jack over here. This actually, this is Jack from another timeline who actually becomes Tradwife Jack. And both of those are, like, they're not equally possible, but, like, they're both technically possible. They have a non-zero probability.
So when you find two Jacks, and you realize, oh, this Jack doesn't exist before a certain point, you go, okay, that means that Jack leaves or dies, and this one comes in at that point. So players then have to be the force that causes him to leave or die.
Yes. So, like, this is a general description of how the quantum event system works. Um,
This is a hilarious example of one of the most ambitious mechanics of SBEPIS as well.
this is probably going to be the big one.
Mm-hmm.
This is our big claim to fame mechanic. Who cares what the AI actually does? If we get quantum time mechanics working.
Someone in chat just said the what? Yeah, so chat, we are attempting to do the impossible and make an actual time travel system.
Yeah.
Yes, and
we're actually making time
our
travel.
basis for this is a chess game.
Have we at some point talked about 5D chess?
Yes, we talked about 5-dimensional chess with time travel, and it was the whole thing that made me design the model for SBEPIS.
Interesting. Wait, what model?
Because,
What model? Which one?
I made a diagram exploring how time travel could actually work, and that's what made me create the event system. By basically changing the world into a grid of events, we're able to do the same thing as 5-dimensional chess with time travel. Because effectively, we're saying that the moves of the pieces, aka events, is based on what the event is and what it can do after that. It's basically saying each chess piece exists, but each chess piece can evolve into one of a set number of chess pieces after the fact.
That actually may be like a much more reasonable way to approach this, because in my this is all stuff that's theoretical. Like, this is theoretically how real life works, because quantum mechanics is weird.
No, yeah, but this is what I was saying. This is why I was saying I think it is possible, because effectively what we're doing is not saying, yeah, we're making time travel. We're saying we're making 5D chess, but we're also making it so the chess pieces are like with their own evolution trees. So a horse could become Mega Horse, or it could become Beautiful Pony. And a Beautiful Pony can do a different thing from Mega Horse on the chessboard. That's effectively SBEPIS time travel.
Yes. The problem is mine is we're both like extreme ends of oversimplifying how this actually has to be implemented. Because I don't know, it could be represented by the 5D chessboard. Hold on. 5D chess. Let me just grab a Google image here. Where's a good one? This is a good one. Okay, now the music is too loud. There we go. Let's open.
Yeah, random folk. Doom timelines are not brought into the equation. We only track what timeline players are on, and say players are the main force moving between timelines. If something comes in from another timeline, we create effectively what's called a predetermined event, and we make it something that happens no matter what.
I was jump scared by whatever song this is. What is this? Yeah, okay. So here's what you're imagining. I'm imagining big wibbly wobbly fields of stuff. That's hard to implement because that's not like a thing. You can't make your computers have big wibbly wobbly fields of stuff. And you're thinking, oh yeah, okay, so discrete timelines with discrete events, yeah? And then connections happening between them.
I'm also thinking events evolve with something a bit more wibbly wobbly. So effectively, that thing that you're imagining, especially with the neural networks, I'm imagining as what determines how it evolves. You get me? So, what determines whether a horse becomes a beautiful pony or mega horse? That would be the wibbly wobbly stuff in my brain. That's the stuff that we would use neural networks for. But the pattern of how A becomes B is much more linear. It's this.
I'm still trying to consider. The scope is pretty big. Yeah, you think?
Yeah, we're not unaware. This is our forever college project kind of deal.
Yeah, this is our dwarf
We're
fortress.
looking forward to it. Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to think about how this is all put into the computer in the first place. Like, you could just have more of the whole, like, oh yeah, here's an event, here's a character. You know what? Skya brain. Skya neural network. That's what time is.
Mm-hmm.
Time is just Skya experiencing events in its brain.
I mean, that does the chess analogy across as well.
So that's this tangent.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is something I should actually work on soon instead of messing with the AI. I should start working on time travel at some point. I just keep waiting for inspiration to hit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go back talking about Jack Noir?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to catch up on chat? Doom timelines. Yeah, there are Doom timelines. And you can hop out of them, or you can stay in them, and you can lose. There is a lose state in SBEPIS, by the way, by just making it impossible to experience a not doomed timeline.
Should we say how that happens real quick? Because I can answer that real quick.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Doom timelines don't exist by default. If you jump to another timeline, you're just jumping to another timeline. What makes a timeline doomed is player action. We create what are called predestined events. These are events seeded into your game when you start the game. It's effectively saying, hey, in order to reach the win state of your session, you must complete this event, this event, this event, and this event. So for example, it could be kill Jack Noir on Prospit using this weapon. And when you do that, you get the next predetermined event. Doom timelines are when you make those events impossible, even when certain interventions, such as time travel, are used. So the only way that you would be able to undo them is going back to a previous point before that happened. So for example, let's say you know that the order that people are killed in really matters. So if you kill someone out of order, it's fucked up the timeline. And if you don't have a way of reviving them, it dooms it. That's called an unresolvable paradox. But if you have a revival item, let's say, you could revive said character and then lead them to that place. That's a resolvable paradox. You get into a Doom timeline by dooming your timeline. And it's basically just a failure state. It's not something you can jump into randomly.
So, like, if win state is here, and you're here, you can't just go to the win state because you don't know how to get there because timelines. Okay, so here's your time path. Mm-hmm. You'd have to go back, branch off a time path in order to actually get to the win state, and of course, win state has very little wibbly wobbly because who knows what your eventual win state is going to be like. Actually, there could be a bunch of win states that all are different things. Like, here's scratching, here's doing the universe
scratching is a win state, escaping your session is a win state, completing your game is a win state. They're all different win states.
And then here's your time travel. You branch off a bit of influence to go and try and lead towards Skya. Okay, so can you out of a doomed timeline, similar to how in video games when you get a game over, you can restart and try again. Yeah, there are a bunch of essentially. Remember how we were talking about the class spec powers and how everyone just gets to be able to do whatever they think they should be able to? Yeah, that includes time travel. essentially every
because
character should be able to do something with time travel so that they aren't like stuck off on their own, doomed forever. For example, Terezi does the mind thing with the flipping the coin and into creating two different Daves, right? That's a time mechanic, but it's done in a mind way, so it is technically a mind power. Stuff like that.
And Rose does it by waking up from her doomed timeline, transferring all of her memories to an earlier version of herself.
Yeah. Now, someone asked a long time ago, what genre is SBEPIS? And it's like, okay, well, it's a simulator. It's a fantasy RPG. It's also a roguelike. It's a roguelike in the same way that Noir is a roguelike, in that, yeah, you can die and you're probably going to start over, but then your conditions will be entirely different.
To simplify it then, I would call it a roguelike immersive sim.
Yes.
Immersive sim as in the games like Prey or the games like Deus Ex, where there is a lot of stuff being simulated and players can interact with it, and the build they choose changes how they interact with it. But it's more of a roguelike because how you interact with it changes each time. A great example of another game that is the same mechanic as SBEPIS is Prey Moon Crash.
What do you do if there's a single player session and they're neither time or space? I don't know. Probably that probably means you're post scratch somehow, and then actually, did we ever talk about whether from a fresh game
single player
players will be post scratch, or are we always going to have to be pre-scratch?
We spoke about, basically, we said if players didn't have a time player, they were post-scratch. If they had a time player, they're always pre-scratch. Being pre-scratch doesn't mean you have to scratch, and being post-scratch doesn't mean you'll necessarily meet your pre-scratch versions. However, if they are necessary in order to win, your win state will either change, or AI characters will show up.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. I like the AI character showing up. That'll be fun to mess with. Are there
in order
any
to answer but Illustrious Fly, to answer your question, what do you do if there's a single player session and they're neither time nor space? What you're talking about there is dead sessions like Caliborn, because single player games are always dead sessions, unless you're talking about having AI co-players, in which case we're hoping we can make that happen, but here's the thing, if you have AI co-players, you're going to have a worse experience to a certain degree, because AI co-players aren't going to be able to creatively build structures. That's the key thing. When they do alchemy, when they build, it's going to be pretty predetermined. So get ready for a pretty boring experience with that in mind. But have fun building their houses.
Yeah, after all, SBEPIS is meant to be a multiplayer game.
The other thing is, you don't necessarily have to play as a single character. You create multiple characters for a session. And I can't say any more without talking about stuff that I don't think JD wants me to talk about. So we'll switch back.
Which stuff?
Lobby stuff.
Oh yeah, lobby stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna do about lobby stuff. I mean, we have some idea, but like, you said we can be multiple classes, or like multiple aspects, or what?
Multiple characters.
Ah.
You remember we were talking before about the lobby stuff and how that allows.
No, that's fine.
I'm trying.
You can talk about it. You gave the disclaimer.
Okay, sweet. So lobby stuff is just, effectively the lobby is where players go into, and this is when they're not playing. I'm not going to talk about some of the stuff that I think JD wants me to avoid, because it's fun SBEPIS stuff that we don't want to spoil, because it would be fun to explore as players. But the lobby will effectively allow players to pick who they're playing as in a given session. It will also be one of the key moderation tools that other SBERB games and SBERB sims have missed. it effectively lets players create characters before they start playing, for themselves or for co-players. A dungeon master effectively role, which is just a temporary title to basically specify, this is someone who's controlling the game. They're not the admin, but they set the rules of play. They will be the one who sets the rules for what these characters can have. Players will come in, they'll make their character, and then they enter their character and start the game. However, when they're not playing, our hope is that players can put their characters on autopilot. So long as someone is playing at the same time, they will act according to that character's whims. This does, however, mean if, for whatever reason, let's say your group has to kick a player, that character doesn't just sit around uselessly. The other players can potentially still use that character for roleplay and for play.
How bad is my microphone? I'm in a kitchen.
Yours is okay.
There's a lot of I assume there's a lot of sound because I'm in a kitchen closet and my partners are all wandering around.
JD, there's a question from Illustrious Fly. Would it be where a player hosts, or would there be servers for lobbies? I assume the former.
You can you can self-host. There's going to be an official relay server for public use. So essentially it's no. It's going to have like a hybrid system. It's going to be a hybrid peer-to-peer system where everyone connects to a relay server that's optional, where everyone exchanges information back and forth with each other, but mainly every person gets their own access over their own world. Like, so everyone's land is stored on their own computer, and they can interact with it even offline. This is insanity.
A big reason that this is important as well. No, yeah, but a big reason why that is important to have is because of timeline instancing. If different players are on different timelines, they need to be the one generating their own timeline. It's the only way to make it split evenly.
Honestly, you could just own entire timelines. So you're in like entire... Well, I don't know. They wouldn't be copies of the world. They would be like compressed information about, lands and stuff. So
that's why I'm calling it an instance.
Yeah. Good. How are we going to be able to go to someone else's land when they aren't online? No, you can't. If you're...
I don't know about that. I think you should be able to. But that's why I'm saying that I think it's more important that we make timeline instancing what's split between players. Because if a player is in a different timeline, what they do in that timeline should be recorded. And that should be what's relayed. It's the events that are relayed.
Yeah, and we can, if two players make significant progress on something offline, then we can use a bunch of technology like Git for where the whole thing is based around trying to merge together different changes, different events that happen. Yeah. A relay server is just a server that essentially it's just there to keep people from doxing you. That's it. It's like, send your information to me instead of this rando. Yeah.
A reason that we can't say that you can't visit another player's land is because the way that SBEPIS is set up, your gates literally send you to at least. Yeah, exactly.
The fun part I'm thinking of is merge conflicts, which is a technical term. Like if two people edit the same file on GitHub and try to commit their changes at the same time, one of them's going to end up being conflicting with the other. And it's like, what? How do we fix this?
I think there is a solution to that. We need a value that events have that basically says, if this value is too different, then when they try to merge, say they cannot make them separate timelines. Players can rejoin at later points, but those two timelines will be different things.
Actually, no, we could legitimately just have... Actually, here, I'm going to open up a visualization of SBEPIS's commit history. Here, pretend that all of this graph stuff here is players logging on and off of SBEPIS. Say, for example, this player logs on, or logs off and plays offline for a while and then comes back in, so it gets merged back into the rest of the players' timelines. Each of these lines would be a different timeline, essentially. When you go offline, you start branching off a little timeline, and when you come back, the timelines get merged together. So technically, when... Yeah, so it's just the timeline instancing bit again, but as a general solution to all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah.
Which I think is pretty fun. And it's not totally unreasonable to do, assuming we can get these, like, events correlated correctly.
Yeah.
Alright, is there any other questions we want to talk about right now? Or do we want to watch S descend?
Let's watch S descend.
Awesome. I love how someone said, "Man, we're not having any more flash pages. Can we turn off the music, or can we turn the music back on?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I guess." Even though our next page is also a flash page.
Bob, as previously mentioned, all god tiers will have access to the same powers, but in ways that are themed after their aspect. The order that you get powers will change the build you create. So, yeah, but not exactly. But I like that as a power, generally. The idea of merging timelines being a power, giving players a certain amount of control over how they are merged and which takes precedence. That makes sense not just for Doom, but for Mind and for Heart. Damn. The double meteorite. Wish it were me. I wish I could be bisected and destroy the Earth.
You're so right.
I still don't fully understand what led Jack to doing all of this.
I don't either.
Here's the thing, that's one thing that I never really liked him, because he didn't have reason to do it. It didn't match any of the stuff that he was working towards. He had the Midnight Truth, that's a universal truth, that's why he bonded with his other foes. But in setting off effectively a war where he is against everyone, he created a system against himself. This seems more like a plot hole in Spur, but then it is a plot hole in Homestuck more than anything else.
Yes, a diegetic plot hole in Homestuck. My favorite.
I can't figure out what caused it, and I've looked at Homestuck for a long time.
I think that's always something I've
Blue
been
Water,
confused about.
Blue Water, to answer your question, we determine it in a couple of steps. Your aspect is determined pre-entry, so we can alter your land based around your aspect, but your class is determined through your exploration of the first area of your land, since lands are broken into 4 quadrants for you to explore.
Oh, duh, it's to kill Skya. Well, it uses the red miles to kill Skya. And also, you know, stop the players.
But that would imply loyalty to the Dursite Queen still. Because Jack was never like really all that big about the Skya War. He was more about personal freedom.
Does Jack personally also hate Bilious, like, due to culture stuff?
I don't know. We'll have to look at the Trolls Jack, I think, to determine that. Because I can't remember him specifically being as big as other Dursites about it.
Man, Homestuck is way, way shorter when you just focus on one character.
Mm-hmm. This is why I'm a big fan of Homestuck Rewritten, because it gives a lot more reason behind Jack's downfall. You know, all of his friends effectively die and it drives him insane.
Oh yeah, I did really like that.
Mm-hmm. But like in Homestuck, I genuinely can't think of a single reason it happened. Because it's not like he's that against that against Skya, sorry. Vendor, yes, there will be, but we're making it very clear that that's not part of the intended experience. If you pick your own class spec, a lot of events that happen based around picking your class spec don't happen. It naturally disbalances the game and pushes you towards a build that you might not actually want to play as. What's good to remember is that your class spec powers are going to be something that you can explore freely, so you should always focus on playing a character build that you enjoy. Because class spec and character build are not the same thing. Class specs are stories. And another thing to remember is, when you're playing SBEPIS, you're not playing as yourself. You're playing as a character you choose to roleplay as. You cannot determine the class spec for them. How they interact through your roleplay determines it for you. You would if you were playing alone, but when you have so many other players that you're playing with, and so many choices that happen around you, and events that we're testing you on that are somewhat randomly generated by nature, the same character, if you play a second session with them, might end up with a different class spec, even if you play them in a very similar way.
I have been gifted Reese's peanut butter cups. I am so happy.
But that's the thing, Bob. He doesn't try to become a god king. He just goes on a murder rampage that never stops.
Open one of these bags. After having fun with the comment section. Okay, so in real life, I use the term chat to refer to real people. When I actually have a chat in front of me, I refer to them as the comment section.
But that's the thing, Bob. They don't do that. They just are scared of him because he's powerful and killed someone in front of them. And that's the sort of reaction he would want. He killed people, and it scared them. That's what I'm trying to understand. Because based on what we know about Jack's character, what we know is that he's greedy, he's power hungry, but what he's doing is not the action of someone power hungry. What he's doing is the action of someone who's lost their mind.
Wow, I can't find anything of why Jack would do that. Comment section, is this real?
If anyone in the comments can point to a specific page that talks about why he did that, gratitude.
Okay, so he's really stuffed my face with candy. Yeah, this is the bad part about the POV cam mod. is that if you have a
Okay,
big
actually,
flash.
that's a good point, actually, Bob. By merging with the First Guardian, he merges with the Green Sun. Effectively, his allegiance switches from the Durst Queen to Lord English. I think that's the best answer here, because him just losing his mind, there needs to be something that caused it. Gaining his ultimate wish is not the thing that causes that in that moment. Realistically, that's not enough, because otherwise we'll have AI that reacts that way every time they get their wishes granted, which is not sensible. So how does that sound, JD? By merging with the Green Sun, he becomes allied with Lord English.
He's not, though. Or he's not merged with the Green Sun.
Well, he's merged with... Right, no, he only has the Red Guardian. He only has the Red Miles at this point. Beck hasn't been prototyped at this point. Shit. Yeah, that only works if Beck has been prototyped. He did this and there's no reason for it.
He's the Sovereign Slayer.
Yes, random folk, he does.
Oh, here at least it's... I can turn the music back on. Here at least it's obvious that Jack wants John's ring. For some reason.
It's an artifact that risks power against him. If another Dursite or Prosperian gets it, he has someone that can chase him. And that ends up being true. It happens to him.
Oh yeah, he could have just killed everyone, like, because they were immediately rebelling against him because he just killed both kings?
True, because he does leave. He does leave. He just makes a show of scaring people and then leaves. No, because why would he have done that much damage? Was it a display of power?
I would say it's a display of power.
Ooh, Blue Water said something interesting. He doesn't know how to control the Red Miles yet. He's testing them out. I think that's a sensible idea. He's gotten a new artifact, and he's someone that's quite callous. His idea of testing out this power would be to use it recklessly. It's him testing out a new artifact based on his character traits. And in doing so, he's also doing a show of power in the political system.
Because, okay, so it's really goofy that here, nope, that's the wrong button. I did not want to press that. Ah, I can't go back in time.
They need to be testy. Artifacts also need to be testes.
Testes? Did I say that?
You typed testes at first, and then you deleted it.
You don't know testes could be powerful artifacts.
Mine are, until I sit on them.
It's goofy here that Jack sees the contents of the box from earlier, and then realizes he has to leave.
He recognizes that it's powerful, and at this point, he doesn't have the green miles; he only has the red miles. So he recognizes that that artifact is more powerful than the one he has. So he flees. And he seeks out another powerful artifact.
Oh right, this is the continuation, and I think it was an S Descent. Jack and Bro start fighting, but then I think Bro leaves, right?
In this case, I think this is a relationship-driven one. He's basically gotten flushed black for this guy, and he's seeing it as a rivalry battle. which is a type of battle that he's seeking out, hence why he gave him back his weapon.
Mm-hmm. I think there might be something to this trying out the power that he doesn't know how to control, because he doesn't immediately, like, kill bro, right?
That's true.
It just kind of sets...
he's not exactly good at it. Like, sure, he's doing a lot of damage, but he's not doing damage to bro currently.
Oh yeah, the cancer. You know, the frog cancer.
Mm-hmm. Ah, that's true. Certain sessions could have effectively base game characters changed. The cancer, the glitch, could be his values being changed from stab happy to sociopathic murderer.
Thank you, Bob, for that. Okay, so...
Thank you. Which means the universe that you come from determines some amount of the value of the base game state of characters, effectively.
I love using and stuff in technical documentation. Add to dictionary, spell check, add to dictionary. Jack is Carcat's son. You want to watch Jade S?
Your baby is you.
You want to watch S Jade enter? I think this is my favorite Flash.
I love that moment where she's falling back and she's just looking up happily at the snow. It's so cute, and it's like, oh, she knows she's finally escaped that island.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably where we see a pretty big change in Jack, because obviously this is where Beck gets prototyped.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, yeah, the glitch is that Jack is sociopathic rather than just stab happy. He's wanting to kill for the sake of killing. So this is him changing to not only having that, but having extreme loyalty to Jade.
I can't believe I'm not even paying attention to my favorite Flash.
This made my image. So yeah, I think this is the point where we see Beck Noir gain loyalty to Jade and Lord English.
Good dog, best friend.
But yeah, Beck Noir is where judging Jack gets very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Because we basically see Jack suddenly influenced by effectively being merged with Beck, but also being influenced by Lord English, while not fully getting he's being influenced by Lord English. Well, more specifically Doc Scratch than Lord English.
Honestly, I haven't thought about him being influenced by Lord English before.
I mean, his actions to run around as he does, they seem very much based on, impulse more than anything else. And we see that Lord English is able to effectively control people through their impulses to varying degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my favorite bit.
Hold on un momento. Let me figure out how to mute myself.
Random folk, yes, that is what happens. It doesn't kill them, but it does make them both alive. It's not that they are taking turns, it's that they have conflicting values. And the way that you fuse determines how those values are determined. If you're talking about a sprite, if values are too different, you get the sprite explosion, which is what we saw with Vriska and Tavros. But then if you're talking about a kernel sprite combination with something like, say, the ring, you assume that the person who is holding the ring is in control, but the loyalties transfer.
Sorry, I just got here. Are we talking about what's happening? I'm seeing plurality in the
Random folk
comments.
asked what happens. Random folk asked what happens when two characters fuse together. Do they create a new character with the memories of the intellect of both, but kill the fused characters, or is it still two characters? And I said it depends on the method of fusing. So, for example, if you're using sprite combination like Tavris, Tavris was basically fused together directly. Those are two things in one body, and these minds are of equal value. However, their values are too opposition to the point that they could not exist while their values are in the same body. So that causes a sprite explosion. Yeah, effectively, random folk. That's what happens. It creates a new person based on the mixing of the values of the fused characters, as you said.
My question is, what happens if you prototype two players?
Well, I think you look at the values of the players, and the values of the players are determined on what players have. Oh, do you mean like players who are currently playing? Ooh.
Yeah, could have them control
Ooh,
half of the body at once.
I don't know, because I don't think it would be half of the body, but I think it would be. Ooh, that's difficult.
Frick you interjects you.
Actually, okay. So random folk says Sonic 2's conflicting value mix. Sonic 2 conflicting value mix and neither can mix. It implodes some sort of failsafe. That makes me think this is a case of if players combine, they can take turns controlling the body, or they can choose to explode to get out of that.
I like that.
I think the Vriska explosion is just because one of the players was like, yeah, no, fuck this. I'm not letting this happen. I'm getting out of this.
Mm-hmm. There's something else I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, is the idea for this to make an entity like Jack, Jack be something that could expand in the game? This roaming big bad that can pop to your session. Is that the idea behind this? Kind of. It's mostly just Jack is a very good example of a session altering NPC, and we're just studying him and to try and pick him apart to figure out how to replicate something like him, just as a session wide big bad and what kind of brain system you'd have to implement in order for it to be compelling to play against, procedurally especially.
Mhm.
Again,
there's also another method for players sharing the same body, cherubs.
oh yeah,
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that quickly. Because
True.
you can either explode or subsume. So we could say it's based on going to sleep.
I like that. That sounds good. Going to sleep could also mean like logging off.
Yeah.
And then whoever's online first has priority.
Mm-hmm. And until then, you're as your sleeping self, which could either be a dream self or a dream bubble self. Oh, random folk, I gave a little bit of an expansion on that. So there's also the cherubs, which are basically another means of characters existing in the same body. And we say, yeah, this is an example of players taking taking turns with the body. So you can either, we say it's based on sleep. So players can either log off, go to sleep, or they can take turns with the body and attempt to subsume the other one. If everyone has logged off, the session will be suspended, Van der Karl. But if someone is playing, characters will continue with their actions, whether or not you're there. Not quite, because your character doesn't remain around.
Oh, here,
When
have
you
a flash.
log off, your character leaves. Ooh.
Actually, okay, hold on first. I think what was supposed to be the cancer is Beck being prototyped an event that happens.
Yeah.
And then Beck Noir being a thing. I think it's a lot more satisfying to have the cancer being Jack is fricked up and weird. But also, I think it was intended to be that Beck Noir existing was the issue.
You also have to remember, Karkat blamed himself for Beck Noir being powerful and existing because Beck killed, his prospect in Durst. But we also see Vriska is the reason that Beck got prototyped. So I think the cancer is Jack being weird, and Vriska is the reason that he's weird and powerful.
True. Okay, yep, I like that.
Exactly, Van der Karl. Sleeping is not the equivalent of logging off, but when you go to sleep and you're sharing a body, it is the equivalent of going to sleep, since it allows your other co-player to subsume control of the body. In SBEPIS, do you choose your species? Will there be implementation of different species, or is it only human? We hope to create a body and race creation system so that you can roleplay any creature or race you can desire. This is a lofty, long-term system that we will be focusing on the base races of Homestuck 4 first.
Pony race, pony race.
Pony race, pony race, pony race.
Oh, my Steam notifications are on. Whatever, it's fine.
Random folk, that is the pseudocode equivalent, yes.
Frog race sounds interesting.
As for your second thing, weird question, would trolls be needed for a working timeline, or does it only require humans? I don't think any specific race is required for a working timeline, but in Homestuck's case, they need both to exist. Moth race, frog race, go for it. Yeah, we're... when the new races from Homestuck Beyond Canon get revealed, will you add those? We will add body parts for those, hopefully. And people will be able to create those creatures to their liking. Random folk. So Homestuck was the exception, not the rule. Not quite. Homestuck is an edge case. It's an edge case that we want to allow players to exist in, but we're saying pretty much every session is going to be its own edge case. So we're determining what the rules are that we can create any edge case with.
Incredible.
Would it be possible for a troll and human to be in the same game? Yeah. If you make that be your beginning, yes.
I love the exploration of his taste here. After he kills
he's not gotten to explore his taste. And I think this is a good example of the taste system. He's trying to find stuff for him, and he likes stuff that's bloody and cool. So he puts on a fedora and shades and a big scarf.
I like his ears
like,
poking
yeah,
out
this
of a
is
hat.
so cool. Mm-hmm.
And then he just realizes.
Mm-hmm. Van der Karl. It would be weird, but not in a bad way, because the way that we're handling frog breeding is we're making the creation of the Genesis toad effectively an exploration of a genetic crafting system. So by the player being a frog, they would only have access to their own genetic code. It would be the equivalent of having one frog for ectobiology more.
Hey, look, tedium system. He kills people because he's bored.
Yep. Random folk. Do races need to be bipedal, two-legged, or can you have races that use 4 legs, no arms, or even 3 legs and 1 arm? We're hoping that the latter half can be true. We are trying to figure out how that animates and works in world. So the answer is we hope so. But if it proves to not be possible, we're going to focus on making Homestuck possible first.
I love the relationship between Beck Noir and Jade. Mm-hmm.
That's effectively the ring imposing a relationship and loyalty system to Jade. He literally can't go against her, and nothing he does will change his relationship, because the ring has such an important relationship modifier. It's, the relationship will be modified no matter what.
Yeah, here we go. It's Jack's destructive impulses and murderous tendencies. I'm gonna write that down, actually. Destructive impulses and murderous tendencies. You find nothing quite so troubling as the intrusion of a positive emotion.
Random folk. The issue is less so creating those bodies, and it's more so allowing those bodies to move and animate. We can give players the tools to create any body they want. That's easy enough. We can even make a system where clothes can affix to all of these bodies. But making sure those bodies can animate and look correct and read in combat, that's the difficult thing. Blue water, that's the goal. Part of the reason that we're adding the body system is so that we have a clear system of bits and tags with the alchemy system that affects what the rings do. Yeah, spore mode. Van der Karl, our assets will come, but more importantly is the behavioral systems and understanding how they work so we can implement them. Damn, he's cool and dangerous and scary.
He's like, man, I just killed this kid. I gotta kill him again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. This is a big advancement. Yeah, they kind of just make a big crater, don't they? This panel goes so hard. I love this particular.
Right.
Oh, it's so good.
It's also what allowed us to realize a lot of stuff about the political system of, like, of Skya. Like, the fact that knowing what the land looked like did that is also cool. Oh, so cool. I like how Jack looks in this panel.
What do you mean?
I don't know, his arms are a bit more shapely.
Everyone is taller and lankier, which I like. Awesome.
Blue water. Psychic is a very large statement. What do you mean? Is there specific powers that you're thinking about? Ghana, in terms of how Grimdark works, it is likely an event that is caused by a mixture of build-up events and an emotional state. I don't think it causes you to lose control, but it is effectively a state that changes your character. It removes certain dialogue options and gives you new things you can do.
The kid's whole session takes place in like an afternoon, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's a ridiculously short span of time either way.
It's crazy how much stuff they do. Like you just follow Jack wandering around, and it's everyone's constantly changing outfits and whatnot. I love the header images. It's fun getting to do something different with stuff like aspect ratio. Yeah, have we thought about how we were going to do like frame like the multi-person frame motifs? Because I don't remember anything about that.
Did we say about that?
I don't remember. I don't think we did. I think we've just talked about the spell system and we're like, ah, yeah, spell system will save everything.
Not quite. It's more that the spell system is something that we're aware we're not going to make everyone happy with. So we're creating a system that will do its best to create a sandbox tool that we can create character build balance around. I don't expect it to fix everything. It can't.
Fair enough. So are people just gonna have to come up with their own frame motifs, like two-person frame motifs, or like, obviously we
frame
have
motifs,
some
you have
generated.
to remember. You have to remember, a frame motif, as we discussed, isn't the class spec power. We spoke about the frame motif being something that you use with the Frey system. It gives you resources for the power system, allowing you to do powers that you otherwise wouldn't have the resources for.
True, I forgot about that. Oh wait, actually, this is relevant information. This is Carcat.
Oh. Yeah, read all this shit.
Actually, I'm talking about how to find the frog.
What does he say? He says why he hates frogs. Go back. You skipped over that panel, and I'll read that.
No, I skipped backward. Uh-huh. No.
Okay.
We're gonna advance a page normally. Yeah, like, what does that mean? So he specifically says, Jack can't stand frogs because of the cancer. I think it's just about Jack in general. Jack in general is Karkat's fault.
Cancer?
No, Jack is the cancer.
Yeah, but he has his own Jack Noir, and Jack Noir is still stab happy in that one.
Yeah, but still not. It's the same thing we've already covered with the murderous tendencies.
So yeah, that goes back to what we were saying before. When Karkat seeded the next universe, that universe seeded certain traits for the base game Jack Noir.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one of those values was a hatred of Skya. Maybe another one was being murderous to much higher of a degree.
Mm-hmm. That's what I like to imagine it as. I keep trying to turn the music back on. No.
Random vote. Can an AI agent interact / create an otherwise effective or otherwise affect the outcome of an event? Yes, but only if a player is there to witness it, or if it's required to fulfill a timeline requirement. Basically, if a player doesn't see it, it doesn't happen. Players can learn about things, and they don't need to see it, but they can learn about it through the political system. But it effectively doesn't get decided until then.
Cascade already? Yeah, I told you, it's it's really fast when you're following one person. I think I've followed Jade and Kanaya, and yeah, it only takes like an hour to read Homestuck.
Yeah, with Jack Noir especially, after Cascade, it gets even faster. Because he doesn't do a lot after this.
He's kind of there for the final battle. I mean, twice because of Game Over, but hey, you want to watch Cascade?
Well, he doesn't even do anything in the battle. He gets stabbed by someone else.
And he just kind of leaves, like, and fights PM.
And then he appears in Beyond Canon, and he's depressed.
Do we want to watch the entirety of Cascade? Probably,
sure.
right?
Why not? There might be something. It's been years since I watched Cascade. Just press play. Go for it.
Easily everyone's favorite Flash.
Understandable. I'm still gonna be a huge fan of Collide.
Like, Cascade and Collide are the two big ones, so much so when you talk about your favorite Flash, I usually set those aside and be like, okay, those are everyone's favorite, duh. What's your other favorite Flash? In which case mine is Jade Enter. More volume?
Yeah, it's like, obviously don't pick... It's like, obviously don't pick the one that is the one that has all of the money and time put into it. That's on a different level. Ooh, that's something. He mourned the death of Jade.
Yeah. Like, he was like, okay, dude, CD, you have one job, and that's kill Jade. And then CD kills Jade. And then Jack goes absolutely nuts.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what I see this as? He was already kind of unhinged. He was doing things that he otherwise wouldn't have done, but that death ends up being a catalyst for him going extreme with it. His violent tendencies stop being, impulsive, poor decision making, and start becoming, this is what he's doing to deal with the anger, to deal with the sadness. But then you get to a later point where it's the fight between him and PM, and Jade keeps popping up, and he just doesn't react to Jade at all, other than not letting Jade get stabbed by him.
I don't think he knows what the beds are.
I don't know. I think he would, because that seems like game knowledge, right? And when you're talking about game knowledge, consorts kind of know what quest beds are for, which tells me that, political figures, especially someone so close to the king, to the Queen of Durs, I think he would know specifically that brings her back. Because he doesn't react when he sees her alive later on.
Yeah.
Which means he expected that to happen.
I don't think... Okay, at least the first time when he God tiers John. Because he kills John on his quest bed and then leaves. I think he doesn't know it that time.
That's when he learns it.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, the quest bed is an artifact that he doesn't know what it does until he sees that John has been revived. I really like that more realistic drawing of Jack, because it's still very Homestucky, but it's like, ooh,
God, it's so cool.
Scary.
Good dog, best friend.
And he knows what this is, the weird part is. And I think that's just because he's got the Green Sun connected to him. And obviously the Green Sun is connected to Doc Scratch, and Doc Scratch is omnipotent.
I don't think that makes
that's
him
why
omnipotent,
he knows
though.
that it works. I think it allows Lord English to give him parts of omnipotence. It's a communication method. That would be how he knows what the quest bed does in that moment.
The thing is, though, is that transporting between universes is a very... It's not just like a Doc Scratch, Lord English thing. It's distinctly a Green Sun thing. Because it's... Literally, those two universes are what make up the Green Sun. So, being able to go between them, innate knowledge of that, would probably be granted to Guardians.
Guardians innately have knowledge of their universe. The Green Sun is a representation of power of both the universes of the Guardians. So by connecting to it, you connect to their knowledge, and they can grant you part of or all of it. Those Guardians are very powerful in the same way Sky and Horror Terrors are.
I think the first Guardians have some game knowledge. But just because... Like, I don't think Beck would have shared Doc Scratch's omniscience or anything.
I don't know if it's that. I think it's more Beck is a dog. Beck has the same information, but Beck doesn't know how to react to it like Doc Scratch, a thinking, more humanoid figure does.
The other thing is, though, is that Doc Scratch is explicitly omniscient because he was created from a magic cue ball.
Mm-hmm.
Which are jujus, which are omniscient jujus.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because of the green sun, it's because of just the cue ball.
Sure. But I'm saying that being a First Guardian gives you innate knowledge of your universe. By combining it with the cue ball, you've changed what that all-knowingness is, right?
Mm-hmm.
An animal being all-knowing is more survival-based. Hence why Beck prototyped themselves, even though they shouldn't have known what that did, and then bit onto a meteorite. Like, Beck clearly has some amount of game knowledge, because otherwise Beck wouldn't have known to prototype himself.
Or he could have just immediately learned that after god-tiering John by accident.
Not Beck Noir, Beck the dog.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Beck as in Beck Noir random folk, or Beck as in Beck the dog? If you're talking about Beck the dog, Beck was just a straight up ally, but they were an animal, so they weren't always able to use that well. And same with the First Guardian cat. That was a force that ends up being a pain in the ass for the players, but not because the cat is evil, but because it was a cat. Godcat was just kind of a dick because cats are kind of dicks.
Dog tier heart emoji, so true. She'd be for real, chat.
When the fairy who said in canon that they would never wear a fursuit finally gets their fursuit, and then they're like, oh, I get it now.
Oh no, she explicitly states she wouldn't wear a fursuit, but she did say she would definitely species transition.
Yeah. But like, I wouldn't call this a full species transition. This is just dog ears.
True.
She's neckoing it up.
Dog ears among cough other things.
Yeah. Like a tail. Which tail? We don't know.
The cancer was Beck Noir, but there was also the tumor. The tumor is stated to be a thing that's actually in every universe.
Every game has their own tumor.
So it's
in
not
fact,
the
I
cancer.
think it's to the point. No, yeah, I think a tumor exists as a way to get rid of sessions that cannot be won. / to remove doomed timelines from reality.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's that to the extent that we can have that be one of the core challenges that players need to overcome in their session. You either need to use the tumor or disarm it.
I mean, if you finish the game before the tumor goes off, then you don't have to worry about it.
Vander Karl, it is not, because it is also used by the Dance Sisters. The reason that the Trolls didn't have it is because the Trolls is the Humans one as well. It's made from the death of both of their universes.
I love her so much, chat. Like, this is why Cascade is actually my favorite Flash, because of Jade.
Sure, but these kids aren't in a null session. They had the tools to win, they just didn't make a frog. The Dance Sisters didn't have the tools to make the frog, I believe. No, they did. Never mind. They had all of the players, but for whatever reason their game was unwinnable. Effectively, it's there for all quote-unquote unwinnable sessions. And you can either disarm it or use it. is the point.
Cascade usually gives me chills.
Also,
Yeah.
the tumor not being a thing that typical sessions have is something that we don't actually have proof of, because there are 4 sessions that we see actually, not including the dead session of the cherubs, and 2 of them have tumors. All information we get in Homestuck is through the lens of the bias the characters have. From what we see, it looks like every pre-scratch session has a tumor, and every post-scratch session does not. Cool, got it. Yeah, and that's my point. Pre-scratch sessions are effectively, we're saying, with SBEPIS, every session has a pre-scratch version, and every session has a post-scratch version. If you have the tools to win your session, you are always post-scratch. If you do not, you are pre-scratch. So we're saying that every pre-scratch is a null session.
Wait, what? Huh?
You remember before we were talking about how scratches work, and how we determine the rules of whether or not a session is pre or post scratch. We're not saying every session will see its pre or post scratch version, but we are saying we assume that that exists.
Ooh, no, I really don't like that, actually.
No, but this is something that you spoke with us about before and you agreed on.
I have...
I might be explaining it differently to how I did before.
I have lots of opinions on this amount of scratching. I've really liked... Actually, no. I can pull on other stuff from this. Someone mentioned Farrago Fiction earlier. I like what Farrago Fiction does, where sessions can just be won, because it's a lot to... Like, it's very obvious that scratching is supposed to be a very last resort measure. Not like an intended part of gameplay.
Yeah.
2, games should just be winnable. You know? They should
But
just
what I'm
be
saying
able
is
to be won.
The win state is different in a pre-scratch game. The win state is to either scratch and leave, or scratch and let yourself be consumed. Because the Homestuck kids, they did their win state. They scratched and escaped their session. The Dance Sisters reached their win state by scratching and then blowing themselves up before they could be destroyed by the tumor. They let themselves effectively get into the dream bubbles.
But if there's always going to be one of them's win state is always to win the game, and one of them's win state is always to scratch, what's the point of trying to do one or the other? What's the point of trying to win the game if you know inevitably, like, that, oh, I haven't seen any other scratch stuff so far, I guess we must be pre-scratch. I guess that just inevitably means I won't be able to win the game. Sucks to suck.
Not necessarily.
When I'm much
because
rather...
we could say there's a certain... We could also say there's a certain amount of player choice in it. Players can choose how they react to it. We have seen 2 options in Homestuck. To blow yourselves up so you can enter the dream bubbles and enact action in the dream bubbles, or you can try to escape your session. Those are only two options that we've seen. We can create options in SBEPIS.
True, but I don't think avoiding the traditional win condition is like a way that we should go. I think that scratching in general should just be, as it's stated to be in text, a last resort measure. I mean, that's not a quote, but like, and
sure,
not
but then you create a session where we. But then you create a session where we can't really realistically create sessions that lead into one another, where you are meant to escape your last session. This route that is in Homestuck won't be possible unless we make that scratch a win state.
I mean, you can have that as a possibility for a session, but you shouldn't make every session forced to be either pre-scratch or post-scratch.
I'm not saying that, JD. With the win states, the win state is not scratch or complete the game. You've also got to remember the trolls. The trolls made the Genesis frog, but they could not leave their game. Their win state was predetermined to be, yeah, you managed to create the Genesis frog. Congratulations. Now it's time for you to escape your session.
Well, yeah, but the trolls still had scratch shenanigans. I'm saying that there should be a possibility for, on a fresh game, if it hasn't already been decided that, oh yeah, we're immediately going to start off with influenced from your pre or post scratch whatever, then you can win the game.
I'm not saying that we generate those things, JD. I'm saying if players choose to scratch, we're saying they're pre-scratch.
Oh, okay, then yeah, totally. But also, I also like the idea of Farrago Fiction. I believe has players scratching as last resort, but also I think, if I remember correctly, it allows games to be scratched multiple times. Which technically there's no reason why it should. Why you can't scratch multiple times.
I don't know if we should go that route. Because here's the thing. With each scratch, you effectively say, better luck next time. Play with the same situation again. And then you give the players a new set of characters. And if you keep giving them, the option of scratching, you create a situation where effectively, you could end up getting it harder and harder to win because your previous characters are showing up, and they might actually be making stuff harder and worse.
Your characters don't always have to totally show up, though. Like, you could have just one straggling survivor, or you could have...
Even then, though, if the reason of you losing before was your characters, let's say for whatever reason you've prototyped yourself with something dangerous, and that actually is just bad for the land, because, we are saying that the prototyping system is connected to the alchemy and body system, which means items that have an effect will affect the bodies that come with them. If you have a body that is radioactive that kills everyone that comes near it, and that character keeps on joining scratch sessions, that's bad.
I mean,
a scratch should be the...
If you have a character like that, then that's just... Scratching it additional times won't change the difficulty of that character.
No, but when you say that scratch is something that you can do multiple times over, it creates a situation where it's not actually a last resort. It's just a, we don't like what we got, try again. But this time, that thing that caused you problems before has a chance to come with you. That's not great.
It is the potential to keep following along this the story you've already started, instead of giving up like a roguelike typically would.
It also de-narrativizes scratching. It removes it from a narrative. Because at that point, it's just a tool to say, start again. And we don't see that in Homestuck. Scratching is something that is done with narrative purpose, and it's clearly part of larger arcs in these characters.
And why can't we have larger
Scratching
arcs?
should be... They should be, because when you say, it's the tool to just start again, you're actually just resetting arcs. But when you say it's an end goal, we can create more complicated starts and have those arcs have build up with players playing as these new characters for a set amount of time before their old characters show up.
Okay.
It means that we know what state roughly that their previous characters are in when they join this new game. Hence why I'm saying we need the scratch to be a sort of endgame construct. And we see that being the case. Scratching your game has a boss fight.
What boss fight?
If it was just John has to fight waves upon waves upon waves of enemies, including the giant lich lady who looks like, as she does.
Oh, yeah.
Also, every time someone's attacked the scratch construct, Jack Noir has showed up.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
It's not just a thing you can interact with. It's something you can't complete until endgame.
No, yeah, if you just wanted a restart button, then you could just start a new game. It does, like, I'm not disagreeing with you that it serves narrative purpose. You can still have characters and arcs that continue past scratches, but that doesn't have to mean just explicitly one scratch. You can have these same characters.
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is, by making it an end goal, right? What you do is you say your character will be of this level, which means when they show up in the next game, they're going to be of a high level. If you're scratching time and time and time again, the game is going to slowly become unbalanced. Even if you're saying only one or two characters come with you. Okay, but those one or two characters are going to bring with them the items they've made that change the balance of the game. And each generation is going to change that balance more and more.
We could try to compensate for the balance.
Sure, but I think it would just be better to say pre and post scratch as state. Because then we have a clear thing that causes stuff like void sessions. Being post scratch could make your session void. Or being pre scratch could ensure your session is null.
It gives us a clear rule that someone's session is null just feels bad, you know?
I mean, sort of, but not entirely. It feels homestucky. It's fate being against you, and then the end goal of your game to be escaping so you have a chance to do it elsewhere. It gives you a reason to scratch. It makes it not just a last resort to get out, it makes it a narrative last resort. It's going, oh shit, we've finally realized we can't win. We're gonna have to go through this again.
So, narratively in Homestuck, the scratch causes the green sun. Specifically the kid's scratch causes the green sun to be created. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see why we can't have multiple events like that. Like, we could have some epic villain character that's like Doc Scratch, but thrives off of it's not creating multiple universes.
It's not the kid's scratch that causes the green sun, it's the kid's tumor that causes the green sun. Because they're told that they could blow up the green sun with the tumor, but they end up being the ones to create the green sun using the death of those two universes.
Oh, right. It's the scratch construct that creates the that actually does the scratching. Right. My bad.
Yes. No, yeah, that's okay.
Do the alpha kids have a scratch construct, do you suppose? I mean, they don't have a time player. What am I talking about?
No time player. But that's what I'm saying. When you say when you realize that a player doesn't have a time player, that gives you a clear rule to basically say to the game, okay, they don't have a time player. You have to make sure they can win this because they don't have a scratch construct.
You know,
because it creates a system. Fun. What?
If every aspect had a endgame goal construct. So
I think that's sensible, and I think that's good. I think Homestuck didn't do enough of that.
Yeah. Based on the main axis that the universe relies on. So the main axis of Homestuck is time and space. So you have a time. So you have your time players doing the scratch stuff, and your space players doing the frog stuff. And those are your two generally main end games. If you had if it was based on a light void axis, then you could have an end game that's based on like a successful end game state that's based on light, and then a reset end game state that's based on void, or the opposite actually. I don't know, that could be really interesting.
I think we could just give each aspect their own set construct. If we say that light players have the tumor on their lands, that doesn't necessarily conflict with what we know. I don't think it says that Mina's land has it, it's just that Mina got it. And we see that John can interact with the time construct.
Doesn't Aradia have a scratch construct?
Aradia is a time player.
Aradia is also post-scratch.
Yeah, but in that case, it's she doesn't use it.
No, they don't use it, but like they had the option to use it, which means you could potentially scratch multiple times. I'm just saying.
I think here's the thing that I think. Do you know what I think would cause? I think that would just make the Dance Sisters again.
Yeah, it would be the Dance Sisters, but they come back wrong. Trust me, it wouldn't just be a permanent loop of switching back and forth. Like every iteration, Skya would send the meteors to different points in time. It also does it like it could always be the Guardians and the kids swapping, but they could also be like a mixture of them. What if you had like if somehow they scratched again, and then it was suddenly like a session with Dave and Roxy and Jade and
I
Jake.
don't know about that.
Or not Jake. And
the reason I'm not sure about that. There's another reason I'm not sure about that. When you split it perfectly between Guardians and kids, you have characters who you couldn't have played of becoming the characters you're playing as. But when you start having a situation where it's players in the same environment as another version of themselves but scratched, you also have other timelines to be thinking about. That starts getting very fucking lofty at that point.
Lofty how?
Like, is this another timeline version of me, or is this a scratch version of me from a different timeline where I fell in a different order? Is this post or pre-entry timeline shit?
That's tasty.
That's like a load of fucking layers, and I don't know if it's good, purely because it gets too hard to keep track of. Because when you've got Guardians and kids, there's a visual difference. But when they're looking the same, there's no visual difference. You get me?
I mean, besides like stuff like outfits, yeah, or just traditional. I don't know. It would just be having another clone of yourself. I don't know. I think it would be fun.
It's not though, because they would come from a very different world to you, effectively.
Well, yeah, in the same way that like having a different time, having like a split time clone of or something at the beginning of a session, if they go off and do like really. Dave versus Dave Spray, they're totally different.
But you got to remember, the worlds that these characters come from are wildly different. It's not Dave versus Dave Spray. It's Dave versus adult Dave on Earth. One of them went through a flood where there was an entire revolution with her Imperial Condense taking over as Betty Crocker. The other one didn't have that. And then you've got the Trolls. One of them has a pretty peaceful world, and the other one is a worn-torn, space empire ran by her Imperial Condense. It's not just like slightly different characters. These are very different characters. So them looking similar is really bad, because there's not really an easy visual way to determine a difference. When they're an adult and a child, that's very easy to see. When it's a guardian and their kid, you know, you can see it immediately. They look different, their heights are different, their face is different, they don't have facial features because they're an adult, shit like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You can see that it's a different version.
I mean, I guess, but like,
visually what universe.
I don't think visual differences should be the only restriction keeping something that could potentially be cool from ever happening. For context, I have for 10 years I've written a fanfiction. It's more
readability in combat. Because this is a this isn't like story stuff. This is a game where combat is important. You do need to be able to visually differentiate enemies from one another.
We could just make them look visually different then. Like through markers or something. Like through different like visual
because a marker
distinctions. Outfits or
a marker is...
I don't know.
I don't know if an outfit is enough either though, because you've got to remember alchemy is something players regularly experiment with. They're gonna make cool outfits and change their look on the regular. So you can't use that as the marker. The only thing you can kind of use is who is it?
This is the evil Dave, and the evil Dave has red shades.
But yeah, but what if regular Dave has just decided to make red shades?
The psych evil Dave actually wears green shades.
But you can't. You get what I'm saying though. It can't be the outfit. The character themselves is going to look the same.
You could make the character himself look different.
That's okay, but then you're not actually just swapping the order. You're changing the age, effectively.
I mean, there's other differences between like different characters that are visually distinct. There's other differences that aren't just age.
Mm-hmm. I think a good example is Vriska versus Vriska. I whispered to show that there are brackets.
Yeah. Intriguing.
You can tell the characters, and it's visual.
I love discourse. So yeah, I love discourse.
Same, because it's useful.
Hold on, where's a page that has Vriska and Vriska? Oh yeah, Vrissy. Have to be before the hiatus.
Oh, have they started putting Beyond Canon on? Oh no, this is just the Beyond Canon page. Like, did they start putting Beyond Canon in the fucking app?
Oh no! This is just the website. I just happen to have an echidna. Huh?
Is Vriska in brackets in Beyond Canon?
The parentheses just mean it's the candy timeline.
That's another example. Roxy's visual stuff changes beyond the outfit. Roxy has their hairstyle change, right? Rose in these two timelines has her hairstyle change. It's more than just one thing. They change very drastically to the point where they are very visually distinct from one another. You can pretty immediately tell which timeline each character is from.
I feel like, yeah, comparing the visual styles of Meat and Candy could be good for this example,
that's
but
an
also
example
I don't know how many pages off.
That's also an example of like drastic timeline changes, right? Because one of them, Jane is literally Hitler, and in another one, she's shitty, but she doesn't really have the power to be Mega Hitler.
What happens to Jane and Candy?
She basically is just kind of... She's in control, but she's not as bad.
Wait, this is Does Jane become Hitler in Candy or Meat?
Meat.
Okay, so then this part where
actually, I don't remember. Is that in Meat or Candy?
No, it was Candy because it's Dirk's suicide that like causes her to get in power or something like that. I don't remember the epilogues. The epilogues are boring and they're full of words which are cringe. What causes the differences between timelines? One is narratively, literally, fluff filler. That's Candy. And one of them's Meat, which is plot. That's plot relevant and happens. That's why Dirk kills himself in Candy, because it's not relevant. Even though Vriska, the most plot relevant person, goes to Candy in order to do plot relevant things. I'm just complaining about Beyond Canon right now. You should read Beyond Canon if you haven't yet. It's very good. At least the newer stuff is. Here, Vrissy and Vriska. Distinct visual styles.
That's the thing. Vrissy and Vriska aren't the same person in different timelines. That's the thing. We're looking at Vriska and Vriska. Vrissy and Vriska are just different people that have similar genetic code. That's more like a cousin than anything else.
I mean, they're genetic clones, but yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure
genetic clones after a couple of generations.
Hi.
This isn't generation 1 Vriska clone. This is like generation 4. This is a cousin twice removed.
Give me un momento.
I fucking hate Google because I can't look up Vriska in brackets because it doesn't understand that Vriska in brackets is a different thing to Vriska without brackets.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I thought you meant Vrissy, not yeah, okay. My apologies. We didn't have to go to Beyond Canon at all.
No, yeah, I was wondering why you went to Beyond Canon.
Home stink.
But yeah, that's more like a cousin than the same person on a different timeline.
You're right. I don't know. I thought it could show that like the different worlds that people are born into drastically affects how they turn out as a person.
But then it's also the things that happen to people that drastically change them. And I think Vriska versus is a better example of that. Because they've had a considerable amount of time to become very different people. And even though they're fundamentally the same, as we are kind of seeing with Vriska's therapy arc in Beyond Canon, they're fundamentally different too.
I just want to go to the next page. Please. Oh, right. That was with Hussy proposing to Vriska. Such a Hussy move.
Yeah.
Here we go. Whoa, lesbians. Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, this one's Vriska. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but do you see what I mean? She is very recognizably different. Tattoos, a very different hairstyle. She is dressed differently. Every aspect of herself is different.
So we could use things like these to visually distinguish between different incarnations of the same character across multiple timeline starts, I guess.
The other point, though, is this Vriska looks older and more mature than the other Vriska.
What causes her to look older and more mature?
Well, she died a little bit later than Vriska came to visit her here.
I
She's
meant
literally
visually.
visited by a younger version of herself and then cucked.
Visually, what's the difference?
She has a hairstyle that is considered more mature. She has a tattoo, which is a marker of maturity. The way that she is drawn is a bit more planky and a little bit less, In this case, in this panel, not much, because, in this panel, there was the art director was not about making them visually distinct. I'm saying we lean into the fact that they are different ages. We say, if you're going to be the same character at a different age, maybe you end up a different height.
Okay.
We've got stages between adulthood and childhood. You get me?
Yeah. I mean, they could be different ages.
And I think that's the best way to go about it. You scratching up. There's gonna be a bunch of fucking toddlers running around.
Okay, I'm done with that. That sounds fun.
And that means it's instantly visually recognizable because it's like, yeah, the tall one, right?
I love when Homestuck does weird stuff like this.
Same.
I forgot to...
When I first saw Homestuck do weird shit with the page, I was like, oh.
I'm so sad that I didn't get to see stuff like this until my second read through.
Right.
If anyone here has read Homestuck and but has done it through the website where everything's bad and broken, go back and read it through the unofficial Homestuck collection because it's much better.
My first read through of Homestuck was the fan dub, and that meant I stopped reading after a certain point and had to switch to the online version.
Ah, gotcha. Nobody here has read Homestuck. I mean, yeah, that would explain the intelligence of the chat section right now. SMH. I'm kidding. You guys are awesome.
Can't believe you all dumbasses. Get out. Stop watching.
Yiffy mention. Yeah, Yiffy mention.
I'm kidding, of course. You're all wonderful people and I love you being here.
I don't remember this Flash, that's why I'm watching it. Is there actually a full dub of Homestuck somewhere?
It's getting close to a full dub. It stopped around Act 6, but it started to pick back up. Basically, a bunch of the voice actors left, or were kicked out, or were involved in controversy, so they basically stopped making it, and then they found new voice actors.
Okay, so typical Homestuck fandom stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure reading Homestuck lowers your IQ. It also transes your gender, so, like, be careful.
They also took a break from finishing Homestuck to work on the new Homestuck content, which I find very funny. Because they finished the fucking Pester Quest before they finished Homestuck.
Pepper Quest. Pester Quest heart emoji.
Pepper Quest. I want to eat peppers.
Pepper Quest. It's Pester Quest, but every character has been replaced by a sentient pepper.
Tasty. I eat them all. Well, not really. You gotta remember, there's only like close to 50 characters in Homestuck. It's just there's lots of versions of them.
I mean, you only have to deal with 20 of those characters in Pester Quest instead of 50, so...
Well, sure, but like it's more about the length of those routes. You got to do a lot less voice acting for those characters.
Lesbians
It's not
too.
the amount of characters.
I forgot this happens.
It's not the amount of characters that's the scope. It's the amount of writing. This made me very happy. I'm glad Vriska got a sad, a good, happy, sad ending. Because it's basically, she found her girlfriend and they died together in each other's arms in a beautiful display.
Mm-hmm. So weird that this is the page that everyone's timelines end on. Because it's... You know, it's just where all of the dead characters go. Which I think is quirky. And then that's the end of that bit. Oh wait, no, that's my personal thing. What were we doing? No, I lost the page!
We were looking at Jack.
Shoot. How do I access my history?
You didn't. It's in the other tab.
This... No, this is my personal read-through tab.
Oh, shit.
Darn, I'm so...
You got rid of the Jack Noir? Damn it.
I'm so silly-coded,
Jay,
chat.
how could you? How could you?
I'm evil. This was all on purpose, actually.
I mean, we were very close to the end of Jack's timeline. Because it was literally like the next few pages were going to be him going to collide.
Which of the 3 Jack Noirs is it, do you suppose?
I have no idea. But yeah, we were on Cascade.
Hey, look, Jade Enter. Whoa, crazy. Made an unbeatable boss. Insane.
You found the right one.
That was the wrong Jack from S. Jade Enter. This is the right Jack. Oh yeah, okay, this is where we were.
Is it? No, we already did all of this.
We haven't done this. Megalovania! Megalovania moment! Sorry, it's Megalovania. I gotta mention Megalovania.
Be future Jack Noir. That's the one that we need.
Looks like raspberry jam. Crunchy.
I love how goofy Hard Hair is. Crayon Editor, the thing that allows you to read through each chapters linearly, is a mod in the Homestuck Unofficial Collection. Which is what we're reading.
PO time. It's like the timeline viewer. POV. Hold on. POV cam. It's just a POV cam. That's what it's called. Here, let me actually find it. There's a version for the website and a version for UHC. This is the one for the website, which is Chrome, and that's cringe. Don't use Chrome. Here's... Okay, fine. Here's the one for UHC.
When Vriska goes fairy mode, she looks so campy and gay, and I love that for her.
Right?
Because she starts like doing twinkle toes, and it's like, why are you doing twinkle toes? It's like, you know, she's just doing it to fuck around.
So girl boss. Okay, back to music for another 5 seconds.
Music that I can't hear at all. Because if I turn my computer up too high, if I turn YouTube up too high specifically, I will hear myself.
Ah, that's bad. Apologies.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. You reduced Prospenders to dust and murdered a whole bunch of alien kids in yellow and purple pajamas. I love that she dashes through him. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not obvious what's happening. I totally just missed it until like an additional read through.
What?
What, that Aradia goes into Jack and teleports to the Green Sun?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. Okay, here we go.
Really clever as well.
Carcat, its defective genes were probably made it impossible for your session to be successful.
I think that's because Jack is such an important NPC. By making him explicitly malevolent towards players, there was no chance for them to even engage with the political system.
Huh. What should be fertile ground for your universe to grow was replaced by a massive bomb rigged to blow up your whole session. I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna say that's not correct, and actually Carcat is being silly.
Yeah, that's also... I feel like that would have made sense if the tumor was in Skya.
The tumor was in Skya.
No, it was in... Oh, it was in Skya. That's what...
Yeah, it was at the center of Skya.
That's what he's talking about then.
Yeah.
Was it? I thought it was on Death. No, yeah, it was on Death's moon. What are you talking about?
What? No. They... Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on. Homestuck. Tumor. Surely there is no way that searching for this could ever go wrong. It's found at the center of the fully prototyped Skya. Yeah.
How did it get to the Death's moon? Because we never...
Rose
did we see?
took it there.
When? I'm trying to remember when it happened. Because I believe you, but I'm trying to remember what page that was.
Here we go. Rose initially speculates that the tumor's purpose is to wipe out null sessions that failed to accomplish the game's goal, detonating when the reckoning ends. She also surmises it might not be a common game feature, may represent a mutation specific to the kid's session. Carcat believes that because he skipped the last genetic sequence while creating the troll's bilious slick, he gave your whole universe cancer, and the tumor was one of multiple symptoms. The cancer itself being the events that led to Jack Noir developing both the motive and power to destroy the universe.
I don't think that's true, because the Dance Sisters have a scratch construct.
They have a scratch construct, but as you said before, scratch construct and the tumor are different things.
I meant a tumor. I misspoke.
Do they have a tumor?
Yeah. Mina uses it to blow them all up before Doc Scratch erases their session.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Scratch. So that they don't get erased in the scratch, and they can all go to the dream bubbles. I think what makes their tumor different, though, is it's not made up of 2 universes.
Yeah,
and it doesn't create the green sun.
Neat. Okay, I like that. So it's a part of game sessions in general. and blows up to clean up sessions when you're done.
And it seems like it's always in Skya, which helps a lot. Which
Yeah.
means, wait, do you know what the construct is for light players then? A big hint. Rose inside of her planet was a giant hint about the tumor.
I like that. I mean, it wasn't in the center of her planet. It was just in the middle of a big dungeon, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, but still. That's still construct-like.
Rose capture logged the entire tumor in the wallet, and then took it to Durst.
Yes, that's correct. That makes a lot more sense.
Here's the other interpretation that I have.
That's also interesting. That's also interesting though, because that makes the tumor typically an end game construct, because it was inside of the land. And we know that most players only are able to access the center of Skya by placing down the final alchemy lab, the grist well, on their homes. It's literally end game to find the tumor.
I mean, it's the second to last machine. It's the drill. Or no, it's not the drill. It's the it's the Doomsday popper bomb that Vriska makes.
That's what I meant, not the gristwell. That one.
Yeah.
The one that looks like a giant Beyblade.
Yeah, that one. I think it's a drill, personally.
And that's after the gristwell, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure the gristwell comes after, but I could be wrong. I don't know where to look for that specific image.
I think the gristwell comes before, because that doesn't unlock until then, but they never use it because the kids already had a hole on their planet.
John drills a hole with the windy stuff.
Exactly.
Neat. Okay. I don't know. It doesn't particularly matter. Yeah, okay. Here's the other interpretation I like of what the cancer is, and it's more so the fate of the session was broken. Which would also make sense.
I think you can still say that the fate of the session is partly tied to the starting point of the session, right?
Yeah.
So Karkat breaking the fate of the session was him encoding genetic information into the next universe, which ultimately affected the starting conditions of their game.
Wouldn't it be funny if the cancer was actually Karkat's curse? Jack was a living embodiment of the disease all along. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is his motive. His motive was to destroy Bilious Slick specifically. Like the trolls the universe that the humans reside in.
But why? Because before he wanted to,
because
lord
he
over it.
Is the cancer. He's the embodiment of the cancer that uses the portal to escape outside of the body, being Bilious Slick, to kill the body. With the red
I'm
miles.
confused what that means here. That's a narrative explanation. What is that saying? Why did he get changed? Noir is the cancer, sure, but he wanted to rule over everything before. It's only when he gained access to the green miles, not the red miles, the green miles, that his motive shifted. Which is why we see that Vriska later on in the comic says, no, it wasn't Karkat that caused it was me.
Interesting. Okay.
Because Vriska is the reason that Beck got prototyped. So that says Beck and the Green Sun are the reason for this change.
So I love it when the POV cam breaks. It's just the thief would probably roll her dice 6 times.
Mm-mm. Yeah, you can't see whose perspective it is, but I suppose it's all going to the same place.
End of Jack Noir's timeline. Oh, right, because in Cascade, because Game Over splits Jack off at Cascade. Or it's not Game Over. It's
Terezi's mind stuff.
Yes, that part. Back up to Cascade, go back to the other Jack, where Jack blows up something.
The Mage of Space. I mean, is the Green Sun unique to every universe? No, but what we're saying for SBEPIS is every session has their own equivalent to the Lord and Muse of Space and Time. So it won't be necessarily Calliope and Caliborn as the Lord and Muse of Space and Time, but every session has an affixed Lord and Muse. They might not show up, they might not become relevant, but we keep them there and we keep them in mind, which means every session has their own version of the Green Sun. It's all going to look different.
I hate a moral coward, one who lacks a manly spark. I just detest a man afraid to go home in the dark. I always spend my evening
Homesick is something.
song, but like a man, I always bring my little wife along. I'm a member of the midnight crew. I'm a night owl and a wise bird too.
I always get confused where the third Jack came from.
Singing the same old song. Rise with
Which third Jack?
go to bed with the sun.
Oh, there's 3 Jacks.
To bed and you'll miss all.
There's Beck Noir. There's Jack English, which is the Alpha Kids. There's Spade Slick.
And then there's Robo Jack.
Then there's what?
There's Robo Jack.
Robojack is Jack English.
I thought Jack English was the one that wasn't a robot, but yeah.
This one, Robojack, is Spade Slick.
I see.
From the Trolls universe.
I see.
And then there's the Cherubs one, but we don't care about the Cherubs one.
Our Imperial Condensed God. What a woman. We hate her. We love her. We want her.
So true. It's crazy that Hussey dies canonically in Homestuck.
I mean, it makes sense. Everyone dies in Homestuck.
True. This is so gonna get copyright claimed.
Yeah, maybe turn the sound off.
It's fine. No, I can just later. There's a setting to just mute the entire segment. It's alright.
I see. You sure it won't get copyright claimed live?
Oh, I haven't gotten an error for it, so.
I think mainly because we talk over it.
Yeah, I guess.
If that weren't happening, I think it would. Omega VR. Okay, so if every session has a Lord and Muse, is there a chance a player could become one of them? The answer to that is yes and no. A regular player cannot become a Lord or a Muse. Becoming a Lord or a Muse requires playing a special session, the Dead Session. And the reason for that is we say a Dead Session is such an extreme session that it fundamentally changes who you are. It puts you through the most extreme challenge possible, which most people will not survive. And that is what makes you fundamentally into a Lord or a Muse. That challenge and your existence within that challenge changes you in the same way that trauma changes you.
What made
A dead session is the Major Space says, what made Caliborn's session so hard? A dead session is effectively a unique challenge session in which players are expected to do an unreasonably difficult version of Homestuck's challenges. Caliborn's session was effectively a game in which he had to kill and take control of 12 different planets before they were sucked into a black hole. He had a very short span of time. He didn't even do all of them, but he managed to only just get enough power to effectively kill his overpowered denizen.
Mm-hmm. It's so
Calliope,
if you play a single player session, a dead session, right? Yeah.
mhm,
If you play a dead session, you will be either a Muse or a Lord.
yes.
Cool.
We're effectively saying a dead session is a trauma that fundamentally changes you.
Mm-hmm.
Lord or Muse, that's a unique trauma. It's not a point of pride, but it is a point of power. Another thing that we're saying dead sessions have is prior to entry to the session, you are effectively meant to be playing a two-player session, which is the bare minimum you need to play Sperm. But effectively, a dead session says you and your co-player are rivals. So prior to entry, before the game begins, you must kill your co-player and their dream self. It's not just hard because it's a single player like that. It's hard because it's near unwinnable as well.
We could probably
It's effectively super hard.
We could probably like cap the minimum number of players in a session in the settings menu to 2.
Mm-hmm.
But if you kill all of the other players, then you can just do a single player session. But like that's the requirements for it.
Yeah, that's probably the only way to become a Lord or a Muse. I think you can only do it when it's 2 players though. I think that's the thing, because you effectively make the other person the Lord or Muse as well.
Oh, true. I would love to add dead sessions. I don't think it'll be a priority though.
No, we literally
it's an
can't
entirely different game.
Yeah, it's an entirely different game that needs all of the current systems. We literally can't make it until the rest of the game is done. Hell, I think post-game, like in-between universe stuff, will come before dead sessions. Because there's more that we rely on with stuff that is in between games than there is dead sessions. Lord and Muses are effectively going to be unplayable until that point.
Isn't this Flash supposed to have Jack in it?
I think so. Eventually. It might not be the right Jack.
Well, it's the only Jack we have left, so...
Oh.
I love the JPEG Statues of Liberty.
Right. Don't worry, chat. We will code and hard code, Leprechaun romance into every aspect of the game.
Interacting with it will be a requirement.
In order to win the game, you must have 7 Leprechaun romances going at once.
You have to enact all 9 of the Leprechaun romance facets on the tadpole. I mean, hey, that's how frog breeding could work. If you don't have, like, a cloning machine.
With Leprechaun romance, you get the frogs to romance each other?
Yeah, exactly.
That's so silly.
Oh, there they are. Finally.
Ah. I have a little latency, so I haven't seen him yet. I'm still looking at the black hole with lots of, you know...
I'm sure compression is doing wonders.
Liberties.
Is it multiplayer exclusively until Dead Sessions? Yes, it's a multiplayer game.
Is it? Because I thought we were also saying that AI players are a possibility.
Oh yeah, I forgot about AI players.
Being single player in a Dead Session is not the same thing. You can play single player, but you'd be effectively stuck with AI co-players, which are not as good as real co-players.
So SBERB will be multiplayer, but SBEPIS can be single player and multiplayer. It's just that single player is worse.
Yeah. And there's nothing we can really do about that, because we literally can't make AI as complicated as humans. Unfortunately.
Man, she's been chasing him for 2 years.
No, that is black romance. I don't blame her though. Like, after a certain amount of time, you wouldn't give up. You've gone too far, you can't turn back. What the fuck else are you meant to do?
Yippee.
Actually, go back a couple of pages, because that just made me notice something.
Where?
To the page where Jack goes through, like, a wall.
This one with the banners?
Hang on, I'm way behind on the camera.
Yeah, you would have essentially, like, how connecting to each other in multiplayer works is you... Yeah, there's a main menu. Kind of. It's weird. But yeah, they're...
No, not to the banners. Back even further.
For all intents
like
and purposes.
Flying.
When he's flying?
Mm-hmm. When he passes through the blue barrier.
Oh, here.
It's still behind, so keep talking while it loads.
Are there any UI examples yet? No.
Yes, there is. We made the UI examples of the house building system because we decided to rework the house UI. You remember when we were doing the base building stuff?
That was forever. If you're talking about Akai's Figma mockups, those were forever ago.
But they're still good.
I mean, I guess. Oh, let me find them. I keep them around for reasons. Never mind. I decided to not, in fact, keep them around for reasons. Never mind. They are. Never mind. I found them.
Now, what a roller coaster.
Never mind to the power of 3. I have to log in.
Oh, okay. Never mind to the power of 4. You're going to log in?
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
Hold on.
So, Crayonegger, we mentioned this before, a little bit earlier in the stream. Class specs are not intended to be picked by the player. You can set that at the start of the game if you want to pick your class spec, but if you do that, you fundamentally change and make the core play experience worse for yourself. We have it set up so pre-entry, your aspect is decided and how you interact up until that point, and with the first area of your land determines your class.
Yeah, I don't think we can call this UI examples.
No, because that wasn't the UI examples. Look over to the left.
Well, that's for Echidna.
Where are the UI examples? Because we made like a UI.
Not
because
anywhere
Akai
here.
looked at the stuff. Because Akai looked at the stuff for the old Sims game, which was where Homestuck got its inspiration. Looked at the Homestuck UI and looked at the more modern Sims examples to talk about what we were going to do to modernize it. There was a mock-up made.
I have no idea where it would be then. Sadly.
Damn. Frustrating. Effectively, we're modernizing the UI for house building in Homestuck in the same way that Sims modernized its house building stuff. We're not going to remove all of its old visual identity. We want to keep the Frutiger Aero aesthetic, where everything's a little bit bubbly, a little bit shiny and plasticky, but we want to modernize it for the sake of clarity of reading, and also to make it easier for VR players to have interactability.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
the major space, yes, it is affected by your class spec, hence why we determine half of your class spec before entry. Pre-entry, we determine what your aspect is based on a couple of things, including the character build you've made, the choices you make prior to entry, and the ways that you interact with your co-players and the tutorial systems. But your class is something we can hold off on, because we can give you generic quest titles and then specify them once the game realizes what your specific class is. Land quests are much more bound to aspect than they are to class, after all.
My internet just reset. I'm suddenly getting everyone's Steam notifications. What instance of John is this? Where is Jack right now?
Jack is in a dream bubble.
With a dead version of John?
I think so. Or a John who is currently in the dream bubbles.
You need a girl to look at me
This
like
might be the John that gets the house juju. I think it is that John, actually. I think this is the John that gets the house juju.
Facepaw? No, go back. Facepaw X1 combo.
Yes, Carl. Part of the reason that we say that picking your class spec will make the game actively worse is because we have the game decide your class spec based on your actions, but as well as your co-player's actions. Class spec doesn't determine your character build, after all. It determines the order in which we give you powers. So we can use what your other co-players have to create a more balanced experience, and basically push you in directions to challenge you, but we know would fit your playstyle still. The Crown the Witch, the Waste class, and the Piss aspect. Surprisingly, yes. We had a long discussion about how extra classes and aspects work, and the point of it is, when you create new classes or aspect, we say, okay, here's the class spec power system. If you want to make a new aspect, you have to hard code new powers. These powers can affect any existing system in the game, but keep in mind, if you go too wild with it, it will be out of balance. But classes, you just pick the order of the tools. You can go wild with class. The problem is, when you create aspects, you have to create 4 aspects. But when you create a class, you have to create 2 classes. Because we say aspects exist on an axis. You have the oppositional and the opposing. You've got basically your inverses, and then you've got the ones to your left and right. So time, space, blood, and breath, for example. But then you also have rage, hope, void, and light.
Ready for S Game Over?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised. He's in basically every Flash.
I mean, yeah, he's like the second most important villain in Homestuck.
It's wild that he is, though, because he doesn't actually do much. Like, he does a lot. He does a lot of the murdering, don't get me wrong, but it's like, upon looking at him, it's like, you can't really see why he's doing it, and there's not really a why to it at all. It's like, I feel like players could have just avoided him entirely if they just knew about him. It's like seeing a tsunami come through, you know?
Homestuck webpage shenanigans jump scare. I forgot it switches between the green and the gray. Game Over is definitely one of my favorite flashes too, because it's so cool.
Right. And it's just not the same on YouTube because you don't see any of the webpage changes.
I think it's just a recording of the entire screen, which is ridiculously immersion breaking.
No, it's just a recording of the Flash itself. Nothing that happens around it.
Seriously? Bruh.
Yeah. And when Viz took over the site, that's what happened.
It even changes the UHC UI, which is incredible.
I'm like, Jake, he steps in front of the UI. See, he did it again. But this time on a sword. I'm still not quite content with what we landed on for the heroic justice system. I literally can't think of anything better yet. I worry that's a system that I'll never be content with, because the only way to actually make me content with it would be to hard code moral philosophy.
That's never a good idea.
No, exactly.
Maybe we'll come up with better plans for it once we get some of our other more interesting systems.
I mean, there is another idea. You could say heroic and just is actually just based on the Lord and the Muse.
How so?
If you act more like the Muse, or the person who lost the battle in the Lord and Muse, because it might not actually be the Muse is the good guy. The Muse might be the bad guy of the two, because whoever wins the session becomes the bad guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're more like the bad guy of that pair, you are considered unjust. But if you act more like the good guy of the pair, you are considered heroic. It's the hero and the villain. It's not actually being good or bad, it's the hero and the villain.
Slight issue. Um, the thing broke.
What thing? Oh, it did.
Because there's
Did
no
you
links to
refresh the page?
continue. I mean, I could just
There
keep...
there is a...
Yeah, there's a link forward, which, I don't know, we could keep reading Homestuck. Whoa!
I think the link forward might be it.
Whoa, what happened? Insane. Crazy. I love that Caliborn literally has a DeviantArt page in a real life that's official.
Right.
Here's one thing I really like.
I find it kind of funny as well that in the original page, Hussey stole actual DeviantArt drawings.
Yeah.
And that's not in this collection because people don't have permission for it. Because the original artist said, "Hey, what the fuck? Why did you make my art the bad guy's art? While you were mocking his bad art?"
Bruh.
Yeah. And Hussey was like, "Oh yeah, that's a bad move actually." And you know when he realized he fucks up immediately, it's bad.
Yeah. I mean, we've only seen that, you know, a couple times.
Mm-hmm. He also did it with the weird fairy art in Equius's room.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
I did not know either of these things, by the way. This is incredible, and I must find them later.
I don't think you want to see the originals, because it's like...
What?
Straight up... It's like straight up muscle horse penis, muscle fetish porn.
Yeah, I don't think that's my speed.
Yeah.
Oh, well. One thing I really like about Homestuck...
Yeah, one thing I really like about Homestuck is all of the horse penis.
is everything is diegetic. Like, this glitching that's happening that just looks like the corrupted GIFs are literally blocks that are cut out in the world. Like,
Really
all
cool.
of the text, Skya, or not Skya, Durst and Prospect, and all of the land names, and the final "thank you for playing" above Earthsea, those are all real and diegetic, and that's why my original philosophy with Act 1 was to make no non-diegetic systems. That's why the main menu is part of the Sylladex. You know?
My main thing, though, is one thing to remember with Homestuck. While everything is diegetic, it's not all diegetic from a player's perspective. So, John isn't going to see everything diegetically around him, but another player will. You know?
9/11 was an inside job. New York, the state itself, did it.
I suddenly just realized we would have to read through the entirety of post Game Over before the retcon stuff, so...
I think the last page he appears on is Collide. I don't think he appears before that at this point.
Oh, that would make sense, yeah. Let's just skip to Collide then.
Yeah. That's literally the last page that we see him in. The Major Space, Not in base SBEPIS. Any content that is 18 plus will not be in base SBEPIS because unfortunately we will be required to make SBEPIS 16 PG-16.
There's a group of characters who are freelancers. Like they basically work as
Crayon Egbert. I may be demented, but didn't Equus's paintings used to be uncensored? I swear I saw the horse stuff with no pixels on the site no less. Yes, it was, and that was when it had the original stolen artwork.
Who wants to watch Collide?
The reason that the new artwork existed is because Hussey did not want to draw it. So he just drew a bunch of pixels. I believe.
guys out of that building.
That's
Don't
incredible.
take my word for that bit.
That's such a Hussey move.
Right?
Oh!
One thing I would like to know, anything about anything I say about Hussey, the team, or Homestuck in general, please take with a grain of salt, because I do tend to parrot something heard.
That's
But
Collide
yes,
jump
those
scare.
art pieces 100% were unpixelated at one point. I'm so annoyed that Collide was never a Flash.
Right? That frustrates me so much. Between this and Act 7. I honestly do not remember anything that happens after Game Over. Besides Collide. And that's it. Anything between Game Over and Collide, it's just like... Stuff.
I mean, at that point, Homestuck kind of felt like it was just trying to figure out how to get to the end, but it didn't know how to do it.
I think that's why some of the most important fan works, like Crow Strider, are reworking Act 6, Act 6.
Hello, Natha. We are currently looking over the entire pathway that Beck Noir takes throughout Homestuck, and then we're moving on to other Jacks. We're examining his behavior and determining why he does the things he does into clearly programmable pieces. So at the moment, we're focusing on character values, as in what values change behavior.
I love the background trolls here. They have so much character.
They're so fun.
Would we want to read through Spade Slick or Jack English first? How about we call it a
Spade Slick.
day and come back
English
tomorrow?
I might not be able to tomorrow, unfortunately. We
Like-
should probably call it soon then. We've been going for 3 hours.
We're going for 4.
You're right, closer to 4. Plus all of the setup time.
The 5 hours before that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least now it should be plug and play.
I'm actually kind of happy with like the fundamentals of the class-based power system that we've got going on. Because even though it needs some work, it would allow for pretty much most of the powers you see in Collide when hard-coded. But, you know, it's just about cleaning it up, making sure we have everything covered. And then hard-coding it and testing it and changing things around as needed.
So the whole deal with the class spec powers is that they're programmable, right? And the whole thought process was taking blobs of one and attaching it to another, and that's how you create new powers, right? We should discretize those blobs. So that you can be like, oh yeah, this is a completely discernible blob that does something that I can take out and put somewhere else. Instead of just having like a bunch of, you know, aspect tokens everywhere.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Part of the reason that we did it the way that we did was to create a system where we could effectively determine how efficient a power that someone has created is. But I don't know. I liked it at the time, but I'm liking it less as time goes on.
I've just had a bad, not really a bad history with programmable magic systems, but like, at some point they become rather lame. Because it's just programming. You would have to...
That's the thing. That's kind of why we added the making it efficient system, right? Because it effectively turns it into a factory game where you're making outputs and figuring out how to make those outputs and experimenting with combining said outputs. I'm not sure if this is the right way yet, but we can't know until we try it and try other things as well, you know?
Fair enough, yeah. We won't know without prototyping.
I'd like to try some other routes as well, though, even just about like talking and design, because until they're hard-coded, we won't know any of them work. But I'd like to at least explore some other options.
We could get Blair to prototype cosmic powers.
Sure.
Blair's been looking for something to do, and I'm working on AI.
That would be a good route for Blair to have something to work on then. But the problem is, a lot of the class-spec powers require systems that are not currently existing yet, such as the timeline system. We literally can't have any class-spec powers until physics and timelines are in effect.
I mean, we can do some things, we just can't do the complicated systemy things. Like, we can manipulate basic physics interactions like velocity and stuff.
My bigger concern is more altering the shape of an object. Or the power, sorry. Because altering the shape of the power, as the system currently lines up with our class spec system, requires understanding physical space and physical time. So saying, make a power last for this amount of time isn't just sticking a timer on, it's understanding that a power exists on the timeline grid.
For now, though, we could just have it be on a timer.
That's true. At least for the prototyping. The major space will appear to be able to shrink a planet. We would like that.
Yeah.
Figuring that out is going to be hell on earth. With how we have the power system set up currently, yes. But if we can program that is another question. Because the power system is not the same as players programming their own powers, because we do also need to say, like, oh, if this power is used, there are certain rules it has to follow in these specific situations. So changing the size of something reacts differently based on the size of the object.
The players can fly between planets and Homestuck as is planned in game. That is literally specifically something that I mention, like, by name in the first 5 seconds of the devlog that I'm currently working on. So yes.
Yeah. We want that. We want planets to be physical, therefore having them have their sizes change is something we want. But in terms of how we program that and make that work, that's another question. Flying between them would be affected by that as well, so we also need a robust physics system more akin to the Outer Wilds, so it can understand the size of objects and how it affects how they move in space.
I'm so glad we have so much to talk about when we're waiting for watching Jack. it's so interesting that like PM and Jack's dog components override their Jack and PM components so much.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it comes to Jade, but then
only
also
to a certain extent. PM is able to fight against it.
they both go chase after the cat.
Mm-hmm.
And they both
And,
care
like,
for Jade.
PM does punch Jade.
Oh yeah, she does, doesn't she?
But she does that so she doesn't have to kill Jade, is the important thing.
Mm-hmm. But also, Jade cares for them a little bit too. Like, she goes out of their way to make sure that they don't kill each other. Which is also interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Undertale moment? Undertale moment?
Undertale moment.
Hold on.
Me when Undertale moment. Me when your mum. Ha ha ha.
No! Estimation my mom's not even from Undertale.
See, I've always had a theory about the just heroic plots that I've always stuck by, but no one has ever felt the same way about it. So I'm not even going to push for it in SBEPIS because it would be very controversial. But I'm quite a fan of the theory of Caliborn destroys his clock after defeating, that denizen. But those clocks are actually tied to if someone is dying a just a heroic death. We see this because Vriska was not going to die a just a heroic death, and then her clock was messed with, and it led to her going through a just death. Caliborn destroys his clock, and I think in that moment, he reaches effectively a higher form of god tier than other players. He basically reaches unconditional immortality. He has to be killed through non-regular means with the House Juju because he is true immortality.
Yeah, he does things that aren't supposed to happen in the game.
Mm-hmm. And I think that is his reward for destroying his clock. And I think that's a big reason that Doc Scratch collects the clocks, to prevent the other players from being able to do that. And by people who aren't the original players destroying said clocks with Jack, you see these clocks being affected, right? Vriska dies because her clock is knocked over by Jack.
Wait, what?
Those clocks. Yeah, Vriska is like dying, and her TikTok is going on, where it's going like just heroic, and then it's about to land in the center, and then Jack knocks the clock, and it ticks over to Just, and she dies a just death.
Oh yeah, okay, I remember that. So yeah,
But
what's the
I like
controversial
to
part?
imagine that people don't like it because it's not said directly in canon.
It makes plenty of sense to me. Like, it's pretty obvious that that's
Right.
what happens. He breaks his clock, so now he
like
can't
it.
die, and he's unconditionally immortal.
Mm-hmm. And being unconditionally immortal doesn't mean unbeatable, because there are other means of beating him. He does get beat.
Yeah. You have to
But
do it
they
with a
all
mechanic that's
involve
outside of the
being
game.
Yeah, exactly. They use weird class spectrum stuff, or weird shit involving Calliope. Like, Calliope literally roars him.
So true.
She literally subsumes him, which is something only cherubs can do.
She does that with her
and I know
Caliborn,
that
but like...
people... I'm glad chat likes my theory, but unfortunately I've met a lot of backlash about it in the past.
That's so strange. OMG,
It's
it's
just because it's
Jade.
not directly said in text. In text, it's never said outright. It's just something Caliborn does. But it's also like, why the fuck would he destroy the clock if there wasn't a reason? especially considering he's the Lord of Time. Surely he would want it. Hence why his entire house was full of clocks. Oh my god, Jade! It's Jade! Hi, Jade!
Oh, it's Jade. She me real.
Me when I teleport my 2 warning dogs all around the place for a fun day out. Walkies!
So true.
But yeah, I like that theory. I think it makes sense, but it's definitely not textual. Trust me, I have tried very hard to find texts to back up my theory.
I just think it makes sense. I would put that in there. I don't think... I don't know. I think, like... Okay, so if the clocks were going to be a mechanic, quote-unquote, they would be somewhere off in, like... whatever the outer space area is called.
The Insifosphere is the area within Paradox Space. I think it's just called Paradox Space.
Yeah, so somewhere off in Paradox Space is all of the players' clocks. It's just that only for single-player sessions, their clocks reside in their Denizens' layers.
Actually, their clocks don't reside inside the Insifosphere. They reside in their original universe.
Really?
Risker's was on the Alternian moon.
Oh, yeah. Weird. That'd be a fun
And
logistical
when you're
challenge.
talking about Calliope and Caliborn, Earth and the moon were taken into the session with them. It's just on your home planet. It's between sessions. The reason most players don't interact with them is because they literally can't reach them.
So then where would they be? Generally.
I'd say on the moon.
On the moon. Could
Or
be,
wherever
like,
you're
more
staying.
brought down by
If
more
you have a
meteors.
moon.
They could be in more meteors. Like how most other spurb mechanics get to
That's
the
true.
planet.
That's true.
So if you scour the
But
entire planet...
I also kind of like the idea they're just something that happened to a universe. Like they're a timer that tells you when a player will happen, right? Because we see this. There's like all sorts of things in universes outside of SBERB that are effectively these universal countdowns that tell people when the universe is going to end. That's why Skynet was able to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I like to imagine these clocks are just kind of out there. I like to imagine it's not even a game construct, hence why it's not something the game tells players about.
So it's a
something
narrative
that
construct.
dead sessions get. Yeah, exactly.
I like that. Yeah, okay, so, Cooper means barrel maker. Can you break the clock by any old means, or do you need a juju breaker? I was thinking that if they were something that was on your planet, you would need the juju breaker to break them. But
yeah,
honestly,
I
if they're
think
just...
if you hit them when you don't have a juju breaker, you kill the person.
Yeah. As seen with,
If you break
with
it with a
Vriska.
juju breaker, it destroys the magic. Go ahead, sorry.
No, that was it. Like, it's a juju, so...
Yeah.
There we go,
Yeah.
that's his last panel.
And we see
The
what
end.
happens when people knock it around. It genuinely affects whether or not they live or die.
Mhm.
I think this is a way of killing people who have conditional immortality. Just be like, hey, fucko, I found your clock.
I don't know, I have been planning lore...
This clock was
For
not broken,
SBEPIS?
it was knocked over by Jack Noir during the intermission.
It wasn't by Jack. It was by Spade Slick. As one of the 1,000 clocks
same-
that's at the Felt Manor.
Mm-hmm.
The end. Guys, we've read Homestuck. Yippee! And we have a whole bunch of stuff for AI. Whoa, we have stuff we can program, maybe.
I find it so funny that this Jack is the only one that lived, and he ends up depressed and bitter and anti-fascist.
Yeah, real.
He, of all people, does not get to be an anti-fascist.
Alright, anything else we want to talk about? Oh yeah, lore. I do have plans for, like, SBEPIS lore. I don't, for personal reasons, I don't want every mechanic in Homestuck to be part of, like, a game. I want them to all be, like, they're all a session of SBEPIS, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, I have personal reasons, and so I was thinking, like, clocks could be in, like, the clocks for every player who's ever played a session of SBEPIS could all reside in one warehouse overseen by SBEPIS's first guardian, you know?
Here's the thing. I wouldn't even say a first guardian. I think we can assume that there is something akin to a Lord or a Muse. Not even a Lord or a Muse, something greater. I think we could actually say it is a Lord and a Muse, right? Because we effectively have a Lord and a Muse that all SBEPIS players are going to have affecting their sessions that players can't become yet. Until we finish SBEPIS, that's the case. I think we say the Lord and Muses in player sessions are being controlled by a greater power in the SBEPIS lore, and their whole job currently is just to gather players' clocks.
So there's like a super lord and a super muse of SBEPIS that have, like, control over the sessions of the rest of the players, lords and muses, and whatever
and
they're
we can
they're
say
playing.
any differences between SBEPIS and SBERB are due to those two players' influence.
I'm pretty sure she's a muse. Hold on. Let me consult my records that no one else has ever seen ever. Private folder, classbex.xl extension, whatever it's called. So canonically, she's a mage, but, like, for the intents and purposes of SBEPIS, she's a muse of space.
It doesn't have to be a muse. I think we create our own class spec. Because
True.
I don't think we want it to be something players can reach. I think we explicitly say, yeah, this is something these players are controlling to prevent anyone else from getting.
Dev of space.
I like Dev.
Hold on, let me just hop over to man, there's no real safe way to show your Discord is there. Let me just hop over to DNFC over here and roles, and I was like, where's dev of space. Yeah, that looks good. Yep, okay, sure, cool. It's canon now.
I think you should even go bigger than space. Just create an aspect that is question marks for now. It's
Dev
something beyond
question mark.
comprehension of the...
Dev of lore.
Oh, I like that. But put as question marks, because it keeps an air of mystery, and that way it can be space, but we imply that players can't reach it.
Actually, I kind of want to.
But yeah, it effectively makes whoever's controlling this a game developer. They're the one looking at SBEPIS and going, SBERB wasn't good enough. Here's my branch. We're cut off from the rest of Paradox space. These other branches were far too narrative for my liking. Not enough hard-coded systems. You couldn't live within them. You could only look at them.
Okay. Anything else we want to talk about? I'm gonna get off and have like supper because it's 9 p.m. for me, and it's who knows what time it is for you.
2 a.m.
Horrible. You should go to bed, or don't. I don't know what your sleep
No,
schedule
I'm not
is
gonna
like.
go to sleep after this.
Awesome. I'm gonna commit this. Hold on. OMG chat. Go. Bye chat. Bye chat. Bye chat. It's so cool. You should give us money on Ko-fi because we're cool. If you want to ask us questions about stuff, there's the Discord's in the description. You should go on and join the Discord.
And if people want custom items, we have previously had discussions about certain item packs being made.
Yes, certain specific item packs. Yeah.
Yeah, so pay us a lot of money, and we will maybe make you a specific item pack. Maybe that has to be discussed.
Oh yeah, those ones. The token objects. Give us money and we'll give you an in-game item. It's funny.